Well, it all started like everybody else. Saw it in the paper, heard it on the news somewhere. Everybody had a thought. I had a thought. So the next week I drove out to see where this place was. When I found out it was pretty close. Not really in Rogersville at all. It takes as long to get to Rogersville from Ben Hill as it does to get to pretty much Johnson City from Kingsport. So I'm not real sure how Rogersville got their name on that area. It's on the south side of Bays Mountain, which is actually kind of two mountains that come together. If you look at it from the sky, two ridges, it's really one, but it's just the way it's worked itself out. With the reservoir that was made in the middle. That's Bays Mountain right there. East to west was Cherokee territory. Settlers, Daniel Boone's, Davy Crockett's, all the names that we've heard. That's what this area historically has always been a pretty special spot. Actually, what I'm on is Long Island. It's an island in the middle of the river. Runs a few miles, and it is what's the second most important part to the Cherokees property. It's where they came all the way from way west, Chattanooga, way down that way. Came here, have their peace treaties, and so this was very sacred territory. It's now sacred baseball territory, but part of it is still owned by the Cherokees. So we drove on out to Ben Hill. To get some shots, get a feel for the place, for the news. The Kingsport.me, free media. And that was my first taste of that area. I'd been through there, but been a long time. Didn't really remember it at all. But like everyone, the terrain stood out very obviously. And I just parked down on the main road there, looking up toward the house, the ridges, creeks, just getting a feel for it, and just could not possibly see how that little girl would have just run off. And that's why I said, from my experience with having sisters and nieces, they're pretty set on what they do until you say horses or puppy dogs. Some even like kittens. It's usually something like that, and that's got their attention. They love them. They love those. And they would scurry off if there was something nearby, but that was just a thought out of my mind. I knew absolutely nothing about any of it. Zero. All I knew was the location. Courtesy GPS and looking at it on Google Earth. Then being there in person and just trying to get a feel for it. And it's an odd feeling. Just standing there on the side of Beach Creek, looking down at the little creek. It was small. Looking at the hillsides. The police were there at the time, so I just kind of stayed in that area to try to just see what I felt. And then I drove some of the loops, the roads that head more north, do some loop through some gorgeous land. And just thought, where in the world would you look? Came back around Beach Creek more in the west and then headed back toward Ben Hill. And when I got there, the police were gone. So I thought, well, let's just go down Ben Hill. So I went down Ben Hill, saw the home box number 110, and looked up the driveway up the woods a little. It's real green. It was mid-June, so actually the second week. I mean, it was the week after it occurred, so June 15 had about a week to that. Went on up Ben Hill as far as I felt that I should. It was obvious I know these counties and these backwoods and roads, and there is a privacy factor there. And I knew there'd been a lot of media, so I didn't want to disturb the neighbors too much. So I just went to a certain spot and then turned around. Then came back, just slowly looking at the landscape again. And it just would leave you without words. There was too much. I'd already seen men, women searching the hills. I'd seen them out in the fields, very carefully searching the fields they were cutting the first cut of the season, I think, where they make their bales of hay for the animals and stuff. But they had to have people in the front, either in walking or like a golf cart or something, four-wheeler, searching the ground first before they brought the big combine that cut. And just watching that was pretty tender, because you realize the impact of such a small little person not seeing him in the grass and then hitting him with a tractor, pulling a grass cutter. Not exactly what you would want to have happened. Still, you can't, it's hard to get the words. But they did that, and then also saw trucks coming out, pickups pulling just loads of men on the back that had been searching. You could tell just tired, drained. I mean, searching is like exhausting. It's not like running through a field, which is tiring. This is just constant leg work, body work, emotion work, eye work. Never been up here. Trying to see what this is. Oh, a drain pond of some sort. It's one of the big factories over there, Domtar. They're rebuilding. This is all still part of Long Island. Very famous. Used to have big plantations after the settlers came in. And all sorts. the original, not just the settlers, but then the founding individuals that came in this area. Things didn't always go good with our Native American friends. A lot of them realized they needed to, work with this new civilization that dwarfed theirs. But you had some naturally some of those that felt like they shouldn't yield to this new society. You got to remember, they took some of these Indian chiefs kindly to Europe for a couple months. So they went from what we would call loincloths, and tomahawks and bows. And some were more advanced, of course. But basically, that was it. To seeing the civilizations of Europe. 1 billion, and that's after riding ships. All this was new. So those leaders knew it's over for the enjoyment of just having the land, fighting each other for hunting ground, keeping your prides, having babies, which actually all that sounds much simpler and nice right now, but they saw where it was going. So, of course, they wanted to work with it, keep their people safe. But you can't stop those that just don't see it. So you had others like, it's always, it seems like a lot of the troublemakers are the famous ones, but you had people like Dragging Canoe, who I'm not sure he really helped anybody, but he didn't want to give it up. So he was going to fight for it. If I could go back, I'd say, okay, DC, let's say you get it all. How are you going to function all these new advancements, everything that everybody's learned and seen in Europe? Not to mention what they've seen just arrive on the shores. So, anyway, a little thought there. It's always unfortunate. Change is hard. I can sure see why they wanted to keep it the way it was. Didn't have that. It was quiet, peaceful, other than having to hack a few people who tried to get on your hunting ground. But I think it's great that part of this is still owned by the Cherokees. An amazing people. And now they're estimating that after DeSoto first arrived, long before the Pilgrims, this place was packed. This whole country was packed. And they're estimating up to 95%, possibly more, died after DeSoto because of sicknesses that came with him from Europe that spread and killed off the majority of all the Native Americans. So by the time the Pilgrims got here, it was just small groups, all just trying to make it. So over on Ben Hill, Beach Creek would have been, for where its location was, probably a very important trail heading toward the west. I'm sure the Indian trails through there. I'm sure the bison, we say buffalo, but it's actually bison in America. This place was packed with bison. Look at Bay's Mountain. It's like the slumbering bison. Its head drinking out of the Holston River. But that whole area would have been that historically extremely important area. And down through there with its creeks and its hollers, you had the mountain one side, the mountain on the other, which from the Kingsport area looks just like a volcano, but it's actually a couple different peaks. But from a distance, it makes it look like they're right together. The opening of the top of the volcano. But from that spot, from Kingsport, if you look and you see that volcano, that is the exact location of the Wales' property. Almost exactly due north from those peaks straight down to their property. I was with Don and said, always looks like a volcano. He said, I always thought it looked like Mount Sinai. If you don't know Mount Sinai, that was a very important one in the Bible to Moses. Egypt, coming out, heading into Israel. You had Mount Sinai. Sinai. You can look it up. Wikipedia. That's how Don loved the Bible. Don loves God, and he does very much. I'm outside, so I'm a little cold, so that was loves God, not loved. Loves God. One of his favorite things to do was talk about the Lord, talk about the Bible. Most people really never saw that, don't know it. They pretty much just knew him from his evenings, and that was mostly whiskey talking. That wasn't Don, that was whiskey. A man does not always tell the truth when whiskey talks. In Don's case, he would actually just start making up crazy stuff. His sense of humor would kick in. So, we'll get on that some other time. The wind's probably blowing in the microphone and messing this up. And I don't even know if I'm going to share it, but I might. So this is the territory. Hidden between the mountains of what we call Base Mountain. And then what we call Chimney Top. Between there sets the Wells property. And a very historical area all the way down through there. From bison to Cherokee, settlers. Important piece of area that his mama ended up having. And that's where I was. That first week after summer disappeared. This is Interstate 26, by the way, above my head. Shoots right off of 11W, which...
I'm sorry. I did not plan on interrupting this. Actually, that was not my plan at all, but I need to back that up for a second.
It's the area that his mama ended up having. And that's where I was. That first week after summer disappeared.
That's where I was. That's where I was. Huh. I'm going to play this one more time and then we're going to move on.
The territory. Hidden between the mountains of what we call Base Mountain. And then what we call Chimney Top. Between there sets the Wells property. In a very historical area, all the way down through there. From Bison to Cherokee, settlers. Important piece of area that his mama ended up having. And that's where I was. That first week after summer disappeared.
That's where I was that first week. Scott H., I got a whole lot of thank you thoughts about that. I never caught that before. Right? Yeah. It's interesting. All right. I'm going to make a notation. I'm not going to be like the DD. I'm going to make a notation and put a pinpoint here to revisit this later on. Yeah. As a sidebar, if you didn't watch Josh's live stream last night, oh my God, it was amazing. He had not only Chris McDonough there, but another man that I'm not familiar with, but is someone who is not familiar with all the news clips and things of Donna Candus. So it was so fun to watch because we were able to hear from someone who, like new eyes were being put on this video and the blue tank top thing. And yeah, it was a great time. I'm going to conclude my sidebar about this. Once again, we have another professional who has now shown us that there isn't an issue with the 2 minutes thing that the DD talks about. I'm getting a little bit of backlash about the DD, but if you really listen to what I'm talking about, I'm telling you right now, that's a fraud going on. Don't waste your money. That's fraudulent what he's doing. So, all right, let's get going.
This is Interstate 26, by the way, above my head. Shoots right off of 11W, which goes to Rogersville, which is where Don is right now. Straight through Bays Mountain, heading toward Asheville, North Carolina. Those are some of the original citizens up there. Flying. So looking at those hillsides, streams, steep embankments below the house property. Not a lot of traffic normally. That day the police were stopping everyone and just asking them if they'd seen anything. So I had gave them my thoughts. There was a couple things around there that I'd noticed coming in, and so I just shared that. Just my citizens' contribution. It was actually a beautiful area. So looking at all that, not really knowing what to think. It was time to head back. Started heading back east toward Kingsport. And you're in Hawkins County, but not for long. It turns back into Sullivan County. Part of Kingsport is in Sullivan and Hawkins, but obviously not that part through there. Now where Don was working later is further west of Kingsport, where the houses are. Edinburgh. Absolutely gorgeous area, neighborhood, school right in the middle of it. That's part of Kingsport. That's still Sullivan. But then Hawkins on an 11W heading west toward Rogersville. They own just a little part of that, and then it goes into it's like from Mount Carmel, which is part of Kingsport right there. Very familiar with that. But then after that, heading slightly west, you get into the Churchill, and then down toward Rogersville, which takes a little while. And that's where Don is right now. So leaving Hawkins County back into Sullivan, heading back toward the east, headed down Reservoir, which is the road that takes you to how you can go up on the mountain. Absolutely amazing park up there. One pen is just full of wolves. It's amazing when they find a roadkill like a deer and toss it over the fence. Watching the order of the clan, who gets to eat first. But they've got a planetarium, one of the few in the nation. This is city owned too, this whole mountain. Planetarium is top notch, 4K. It's just astounding that they've had this. Miles of trails, the big reservoir, barge, raptors, birds, studies. They make all their own huge stuff like replicates of space, stuff like space shuttles. Just incredible artistically. But that's what you're looking at right there. On the other side, we're looking west. That's where the road is, right on the other side of that. And you go down that direction. And if I could get high enough, you'd see the volcano. But I'm on the north side of Bays Mountain, and which looks slightly different than the south side of Bays Mountain. And that was day one. Going out to sea, trying to get a feel for what happened, trying to get a feel for the area, and not really having a whole lot to think, just soaking it up.
All right. All right, I'm going to play this next one. If you don't want to sit and listen to all of this, you don't have to. I just need to because I have to hear it. I'm trying to tack down this we thing, trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. So, quiet you. All right, here we go. I know it's cringy.
This is what's called Netherland End. One of the first places that was built in this area that really is loaded with some history, as in Daniel Boone and the Wilderness Trails, 1775 plus. Here's the end done in 1818. I think we had 3 different United States presidents come here. When did I first meet the family? I'd read a lot. I can't remember if I was listening to the YouTubians yet. But I was photographing what's called the Fun Fest. We have a whole week in this area called Fun Fest. They do everything. Tens of thousands and thousands and thousands come. It's very nice. And one event of the many that week is a fun parade downtown. Just fun. Everything fun. Everything happy. And we had not had much going on because of the pandemic. That's what they call it. And so everybody was pretty happy to be together. That's the back of the Netherland end with the Holston River. Very famous river also. Matter of fact, if you wanted to go west, you had to do it from right here. You came from the east, you had to come right here, somehow get a flatboat, and you could go from here all the way to New Orleans. First stop, like Knoxville, Tennessee, Nashville, Tennessee. Matter of fact, if I recall, it was 1,000 miles from here to Nashville on water. However, by car, it's about 280. Phone ran out. Switching to bigger camera. It was, I think it's 1,000 miles to Nashville by water. You can drive it in about 280 miles. So I hadn't met the family at all. Didn't know them. Never met them. Never saw them. Could have. Who knows? Living in this area. Maybe I had seen them before somewhere. Might have even photographed them somewhere. Candus with the children. One of the events, the different places like this, Netherland End, Exchange Place, all these historical areas that we have here. So I'm at the Fun Fest parade, standing in the middle of the street, photographing everybody. Everybody's happy. Nobody cares if you take their picture, which is rare these days. Families, children. It's called Fun Fest. 2021, July. Very happy atmosphere. Everyone's happy to be back out, enjoying themselves. And so I'm photographing. Everybody's happy. And one of the events, the different places like this, Netherland End, Exchange Place, all these historical areas that we have here. So I'm at the Fun Fest parade, standing in the middle of the street, photographing everybody. Everybody's happy. Nobody cares if you take their picture, which is rare these days. Families, children. It's called Fun Fest. 2021, July. Very happy atmosphere. Everyone's happy to be back out, enjoying themselves. And so I'm photographing. Music, floats, candy flying everywhere. And I turn around and I see somebody walking a banner. Two people. So, go to take a shot, and I suddenly look and read it. And it's the banner about summer whales. And I look and I think, is that the mother? Is that actually the mother carrying this banner that lost her child in this parade? And it wasn't bad that she was in the parade. It was just with such an atmosphere, it was totally unexpected. Totally unexpected to see this shattered mother carrying a banner. And I'll just have to leave it to others, my reaction, but uh, it stunned me. I got a picture, but I just had to stop. I mean, you had to give a respect. You had to. Somebody, I mean, you had to give respect. We'll just leave it at that. And as she walked by, I might have said something to her. Might have touched her on the shoulder. I don't remember.
Okay, let's pause. We're going to pause real quick. For the people here that are new, a couple of things in case you aren't aware. We're looking for the we, the improper use of we. When we're talking about inflection, that's the sound of the voice. It goes up or down. So, for example, I could say, Summer went missing on June 15th. Or I could say, Summer went missing on June 15th. And that upward inflection at the end there, it implies that there's a question in that sentence. Summer went missing on June 15th. That inflection of a voice is important to listen to. There's an emphasis on something. And the other thing we are dealing with is cadence, and that's how well the story flows. We use the word story or storytelling. It doesn't mean that it's a fable. It's just we call it a storytelling. And cadence is how well the storytelling flows. Like, is it flowing well, or is there a lot of stops and starts and sidebars and things going on? Does it make sense? Are we following the proper, how the flow is going? Those are the key areas. But I'm right now focused primarily on the we, because he says that he interchangeably uses I and we all the time. But if that were true and that was his baseline, okay. But I have watched I don't know how much stuff, and I cannot get that as a baseline. It doesn't happen like he thinks it does or says it does. And so when you have someone who is using the word we, and it is not part of their vocabulary as a normal baseline thing, you have to put a marker there and say, mark it down, move on. As a reminder, one single thing can't prove or disprove deception. One single thing. You need a lot of things together to say there's possibly something there. I know the DD likes to blanket statement things, but that's not accurate. That's not the proper way to do statement analysis. You just pinpoint something, and you have to watch the whole thing from start to finish. And you go back, when you're all done, you go back and you look at all the places that you've marked, and you decide, okay, in that context, in this whole thing, does that marker still stand out after I've watched the whole piece or not? Because sometimes if you mark something and then you listen to the whole story, it could turn out that isn't really important anymore. So just FYI. We got it? One of the other things I was reading a couple of days ago about memories and recalling memories is that so there's a lot of inconsistent beliefs about statement analysis on certain things, like the use of past tense and present tense. I'm not so hung up on past tense. If it's a baseline behavior, if it's a way that somebody always talks, then there's nothing odd about it. But if you're switching around tenses a lot, that's kind of odd. But no single behavior, no single thing is indicative of deception. You can't just say, because Candus said 2 minutes, she's a liar. That's not, you can't do that. That's not permitted. That's not a scientific way. That's not the scientific method of performing statement analysis, FYI. So anything that sticks out kind of weird about who he's placing himself with, that's what we are looking for. Really fast, let me see if I can, let me see if I still have his comment for reference. Let's see. No. Oh, come on. Oh, I wish it was here. I'm looking. Hang on. Hold on. That's super weird. All right, I will keep looking for that. If I can't find it, I'll put it in a video. If it's already in one, I think, where he talks about the day he went to Ben Hill and the time frame. It's in a video I already put up. We already talked about it just a couple of days ago. So, all right, here we go. Let's go back to this. And if you want me to stop it and rewind it, say something and we can definitely do that. If you think you hear something, if your ears perk up, let me know.
Picture, but I just had to stop. I mean, you had to give a respect. You had to. Somebody, I mean, you had to give respect. We'll just leave it at that. And as she walked by, I might have said something to her. Might have touched her on the shoulder. I don't remember. I just never been around such a huge moment in somebody's life or such a loss. And there was another lady walking with her who just smiled real big and I think said something pleasant. That turned out to be Robin. By the way, this is a cabin of Daniel Boone, the Daniel Boone. They managed to bring it here. This is how the settlers made them. Cut the wood, pack the cracks. This is all part of the Netherland End Park here in Kingsport. I've never seen a moment like that. And as she walked by, all I could do is just stand in the middle of the street and stare at them. I mean, their backs were to me as they kept walking. And I was, it's like I went into a different zone. I said, Tim, man, you got to pull yourself up here. You got to pull yourself up. You got pictures to take. And I know people were looking at me like, whoa, because the reaction was just so intense. This was the mother. A girl, 5 years old, totally disappeared, gone. It doesn't matter what anybody thinks. The girl's gone. And the mother's walking a banner. You know, I'm sorry you wouldn't put yourself through that just to do it. I don't know if it's heart. I don't know if it's guts. I don't know what you would call it. It's a mother without her child in the happiest parade of Kingsport. I mean, it's happier than Christmas or July 4th. It's Fun Fest. So, I whipped my camera back around and tried to start taking pictures and grin and laugh and smile again at everybody. But it definitely struck. And by the way, that's where the axe would hit these old logs. Most of these are actual from the 1700s. Their axes, their cuts. So there was something about this that made me want to get back and look at that picture. That was the first time I'd ever seen Candus that I know of. And it's the train tracks. Somebody was crossing the train tracks. So there went the mother, walking down the street, watching all the families laugh and have fun with their children. Because Fun Fest is a family week. Everything geared for children and families. And there was a mother walking down through there without hers, carrying that banner. The banner now, I'll try to put it on there. The banner now is in the woods just below the house. That's all I thought at that time, is just seeing that mother. I had no intention of anything else. I didn't even know if I'd meet him again. I don't know if I knew they were having the prayer meetings. I don't think I did. It was just a one-time, one-moment event that happened. As far as I know. So that's how I first met Candus. First met the Wells, as far as I know that I'd ever seen her. It's a train station in Kingsport. This town was made from scratch, pretty much. About 1917 was chartered. Kingsport was known as the model city of the South. The way it was built, it was a different kind of city government used. It was the layout, everything about it was unique. Actually, 2017 had its 100th anniversary, this year is its 200th anniversary. Figure that one out. In 5 years. It's had 2 charters. First one was in 1822. Then it all fell apart around the Civil War, and then restarted in 1917. And they laid the whole city out. It's called the Model City. It has what's called Church Circle. Everything branches off from that. But this is a train station. It's pretty neat. Been up in that clock tower. Got one mechanism, runs all 4 clocks. This is about the 3rd piece of how I got on the Summer Wells journey. It was first was the paper, second was the parade, and then later into the Fun Fest. There was lots and lots of things that different families can do, but one of them was what was called bread making. You could learn how to make bread, and it was going to be at the Seventh-day Adventist Church. And so on that,
Am I still here? Am I still with it? Are we still here? Are we good? I think my internet just like tanked out for a second. Are we still here? Thumbs up? Yes, I hope so.
lots and lots of things that different families can do, but one of them was what was called bread making. You could learn how to make bread, and it was going to be at the Seventh-day Adventist Church. And so on that day, I'd done various things, but I went to that function. Then there was another big one about the same time, but I wanted to do that because bread making sounded unique for the news and for the city to have. And so I went to the Seventh-day Adventist, went inside to start photographing. And how do you say it? Lo and behold, there was that other woman walking with Candus in the parade. And she introduced herself as Robin. And that was really my second meeting. We talked just a little, talked about the parade. I can't remember really much of what we said, but got a lot of footage. And I remember I was hungry. I commented, bad place to come when you're hungry, bread making, and you got to wait for them to make it and cook it. And I had to take off to go down to another function, some big outdoor shindig dance, wahoo. And if I remember right, I think maybe I'd left, maybe they'd offered, they said we could make a loaf if you would like one. And I may have given, I gave them my number. And so while I am at the shindig, and it was a big outdoors thing, I did get a text that said, got some bread ready. We're getting ready to leave here. I can drop it off somewhere. And I thought, well, that's like kind beyond measure. And it was actually Robin that texted. And I thought, well, gosh, if they're going out of the way to make me a bread, I should at least go by and pick it up. So headed that way, and got there just in the nick of time. They were just finishing up in the kitchen cleaning, and Robin, another lady, children, they had made a plate of this bread already buttered and warmed and cut, and it was like, oh yeah. So they had a little drive-in window like at the church, so I was outside. So they opened up the window, and I got to enjoy a little bread snack. And real nice people. They all seemed very nice there. Everybody I've met at that church seems very nice. And very and ladies. So bread, and I thought, well, gosh, if they're going out of the way to make me a bread, I should at least go by and pick it up. So headed that way, and got there just in the nick of time, and got there just in the nick of time. They were just finishing up in the kitchen cleaning, and Robin, another lady, children, they had made a plate of this bread.
Okay. I don't think that he actually uses a pronoun at all with that. I think that the captions just assumed that. That's what he said.
And got there just in the nick of time.
Because he's like, and got there just in the nick of time.
And got there just in the nick of time.
Does anybody hear a pronoun there? Anyone? Because it sounds to me like he says, just got there in the nick of time. Anyone? You hear we? Okay, let me try again.
Pick it up. So headed that way, and got there just in the nick of time. They were.
Oh yeah, I hear that. Okay. If you close your eyes and you just listen, you can hear it. He says it real quick. You're correct.
Get up. So headed that way, and got there just in the nick of time. They were just finished.
Yeah, I can hear it. I can hear it. I can hear it. Let's go again.
So headed that way, and got there just in the nick of time. They were just finishing. Got there just, and got there just in the nick of time, and got there just in the nick of time. They were.
I don't know. I'm not sure. Okay, so this is on journey 3, and it's at about around 5 minutes and 10 seconds in.
So headed that way, and got there just in the nick of time. They were just finishing up in the kitchen cleaning, and Robin, another lady, children, they had made a plate of this bread already buttered and warmed and cut, and
Sorry.
It was,
Okay, I can try that.
I should at least go by and pick it up. So, headed that way. And got there just in the nick.
Okay, so now this go around, what I hear is him like kind of like a like I'm making an sound, and got there in the nick of time. I don't know. I can hear both ways. I can hear it both ways.
Got there just so headed that way. And got there just in the nick of time. They were.
All right, I'm going to make a mark of this and I'm going to revisit it. I'll have to clip out this portion. So here we go.
Just finishing up in the kitchen cleaning, and Robin, another lady, children, they had made a plate of this bread already buttered and warmed and cut, and it was like, oh yeah. So they had a little drive-in window like at the church, so I was outside. So they opened up the window, and I got to enjoy a little bread snack. And real nice people. They all seemed very nice there. Everybody I've met at that church seems very nice. And then they gave me my loaf of bread, and I headed on back. Finished up what I was doing, and I mean it was pretty late by then in the evening, and pretty well that ended the day with that nice treat. And that's how I met Robin the second time. I've been in that church once before years ago. I went for something. They were having some interesting seminar or something. And that was a long time ago. So this is the first time I'd been back up there. And like I said, everybody there was extremely nice and thoughtful, of course. So when I forgot her name, I would just call her the bread lady. So for a long time, she was the bread lady, or not a long time, until I finally remembered, oh, it's Robin, but the bread lady. And very nice. And I don't think it was long right after that. I don't know, made some contact, something about the case. I can't remember exactly, but got to go up to the park. She was at the park with her family, so I got to go up and meet her husband and get to know him. Real nice people. He's nice, solid guy, very solid. And so that was not long after that. I can't remember the exact order of how those events happened, but it was good to meet him. And the bread was delicious. And Robin was friendly from day one and continues to be that way. Church is very nice. When I've seen other people, oh, that's what it was. It was a church. They were having a church picnic. And I think there was like an invite or something like that, or if you want to come by or something, I can't remember. And I was in the area photographing and thought, oh, well, yeah, I should zoom by because I definitely wanted to meet her husband. And then that was just a little bit of time, just a little after the bread. Fun Fest was over at the end of that week. That was there in July. And that is around the time I started listening to, I think I came across the YouTube It was the interview room. I think that was the first thing I heard. I have my own thoughts on that, which I thought that was excellent at the time, until he came to a certain spot, and I could tell when he said what he said that it just was going to probably cause all sorts of bad stuff. And I wished he hadn't gone that way. But other than that, the interviews were both very good and very helpful to be able to get to see Candus, get to hear, listen to her, see the home. I know people were like shocked with the home, but they don't know this area. You can drive down Beach Creek and see all sorts of homes that a lot of people may not like to keep their home that way, but that wasn't really the point to me. When I saw it, it was like, that didn't bother me. However, I'll discuss that. I'll discuss that another time. I'll just put it this way. Sometimes somebody has a skill set that's not made to be used publicly. And when it's used publicly, its flaws show real fast of why it was never made to be a public skill set. It was always made to be a private skill set. But there's learning curves. Unfortunately, a lot of people got hurt in this certain learning curve. And it continues to resonate. So, it was the news. It was the parade. And it was making bread. And meeting Robin. Meeting her family, meeting her church family. So these were the initial pieces that were slowly drawing me closer to this whole case and this situation. It had already touched my heart just watching the banner in the parade.
Yeah, no, right. Fear. This is actually supposed to be part 3, but okie dokie. Yeah, I know. He really dislikes Chris McDonough, and you guys know how I feel about Chris McDonough, but he does his thing. It is what it is. And if you're going to have a conversation with Chris McDonough, you should already know what you're walking into with that. Just saying.
I like this place. her 50th anniversary. Yeah, this is up near the.
I'm going to interrupt for just a minute. This is really hard for me to not be biased here. But the fact that he makes a whole video all about Chris McDonough is insane. It's insane. What does that have to do with summer? He works for the news, Karma, the Kingsport something news.
Area we were seeing on the other side on a different one of these when looking at Bays Mountain. That ridge in front of us, we were on the other side of that. We're now here. Okay, it's easier to talk. A lot of people up here today. I thought it would be emptier, but gorgeous day. So there's a whole lot more up here. It's packed actually, but it's so big, maybe we won't see a lot of people. You know, we went from the news to the Fun Fest parade, meeting Candus and the banner. Went to photograph the making bread and met the other lady that was with Candus. And that turned out to be Robin. Touched on a few things there. One of the things we touched on was the next step of what I had come across in this journey of Summer Wells. Somehow, and I do not remember how, might have just popped up on a Google search. And that was the YouTubers and the various different quote shows. But the first one was
I want to interrupt. I'm going to interrupt for just a moment. Now, first of all, this isn't a journey. Okay. This is not a journey. But just for fun. Just for fun. The Oxford Dictionary defines journey as an act of traveling from one place to another. Huh. It's interesting. It's a movement. Traveling from one place to another. Interesting. Okay.
might have just popped up on a Google search. And that was the YouTubers and the various different quote shows. But the first one was somewhere in there was Chris. I can't remember now who was first, who I heard first. If I just heard one of the others, or if I heard Mr. McDonough, because it was somewhere during this time frame of YouTubings, and then hearing I think Don say that people told him to just get quiet, not say anything, stay off YouTube, basically lock yourself in your room and be quiet. And I remember thinking then that they'd go insane not having some way to communicate. And way in the back of my mind was the thought of a website where they could just put whatever they wanted to put, anything that came to mind, any picture, anything, just to have a place to release their thoughts during such a horrible, traumatic thing. And so somewhere in there, that idea first started trickling a little bit, but I do know I was working in the woods. We'd had a lot of trees cut down because the little bug that came and killed all the ash trees. And this area's been saturated, thousands. And I think we took down 10 in that one spot. So I'm cutting wood, listening to the YouTubians, and it was very, 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 very quickly apparent to me of how Don was being utilized. But I guess I will discuss Chris McDonough's, because that was a key, two key interviews there that started out with such potential, but they also influenced me because I saw better what this family was up against. I knew mainline media, and it didn't take long listening to the YouTube people that, I mean, they were very inexperienced and were not aware of what their little bit of influence and power could do to human beings. But I also knew that the mainline media would make the YouTubers look like, well, let's just say the main line was a forest. The YouTubers were a little stick. And I saw what they were doing, and I thought, man, the main media will kill them. Will absolutely kill Don and them, because it is the entertainment industry. Okay, it really is. And that doesn't mean that all mainline news people are bad. It just means the system's built as an entertainment system based on advertising. And here comes a call. It's Candus. Well, that was interesting. It was not her. It was some kind of hack computer, who knows what, using her number. But we're used to those sorts of things. I think I was talking about, I know these videos just are absolute, brilliant entertainment feasts as I talk, but it's a little too crowded up here, so it's slowed me down. We were discussing Mr. McDonough. Public figure, gets to be spoken about publicly, though politely. I have nothing against the man. He's probably a great guy. My personal opinion, though, is this, and I think I said it the other day, and that is that people who have skill sets that were made for private conference rooms at police stations. That's kind of where those skill sets are made for. So there you can say your own thoughts, your own opinions, and it's okay because that's what you have to do in a case. You got to discuss every angle, every little nudge, every little intuition, every the experience of all your rodeos that you've been in. However, when you bring that skill set out into the public arena and start saying those things, it is brutal because to you, you're just giving an opinion, but your viewers are like sheep, and many of them are like wolves, and they hear what you just said, and it's like a napalm bomb. You can look that up. I may have said it wrong. Vietnam. And that's what happens. Your skill set suddenly is absolutely out of place and wreaks havoc, like any skill set will do when it's out of place, but especially when you take a behind the scenes quiet conference room case investigators. Doesn't matter. I mean, they've 40, 50 years of experience. It's awesome in its right place. It wasn't made for public. It wasn't made for YouTube. Now, that doesn't mean you can't talk about a case and the situation.
Hold on a minute. Hang on. I just want to throw my 2 cents in here. I just want to throw my 2 cents in here. It's not like Chris McDonough has no creds, okay? And when Chris McDonough has panel guests, they're like legit panel guests with creds. Last time I checked, Tim has no creds. Other than he takes pictures and things. And what Chris McDonough does, that's his business, not Tim's. And so if we're going to bash on Chris McDonough here and what Chris McDonough does, then does that mean that what he has done for Brandy is meaningless? Asking for a friend. Asking for a friend. Just say. And we all know how I feel about him. I'm not a big fan of Chris McDonough. I'm not. But there are things that he does that are right. Interesting that, okay. So why is it wrong for Chris McDonough to talk on YouTube, but the behavior panel, they're okie dokie? Behavior panel has a skill set, right? How come their skill set is okie dokie and Chris McDonough's is not? Just saying. Just saying. So apparently, the only people that should be allowed on YouTube are people that are pre-approved by Tim, I guess. Cherry picking and whatnot. So when you have nothing else to, you've got no other way to attack someone. You've got no other way to attack someone. So we're just going to attack the person. Tim's not challenging the argument. Tim is challenging the person. That's incorrect. That's wrong. You cannot do that. Can't. It's wrong. Let's go.
It's just you can't start dishing out rumor, imagination, instinct, intuitions, and that's what went crooked with Mr. McDonough, and he did it. I spotted it immediately. He was doing great on his interviews. until he asked about the shed. And it's like he was offended because Candus wouldn't let him go to the shed. And I saw right then, I said, the man has stepped out of just an interviewer, and he's in his investigators skill set.
No, that's not true. That's not true. Candus said, if you want to look there, that's fine, but there's nothing there. And so he was like, okay, that's what happened. You can look it up. Google it, as Jody Sue says. Google it. But so he's going to hate on Chris McDonough about the sheds, but yet Tim pulls up on the Sabbath, drives to the house on the Sabbath, honks the horn, bangs on the door, messes around with the dog, blah, blah, blah. You can't have it both ways. It's one or the other. At least Chris McDonough was invited to the property, Tim. Chris McDonough got invited to the property. You did not. Just saying. Just saying. That's facts. Truth. Facts right there. Facts. And who's the shady one?
That's only for an investigator that's actually on the case, not on a guest at someone's house. For him to get upset not getting to see that shed would be like me going to visit someone and then immediately saying, I want to go upstairs and look in your closet. I want to see what's in your closet. I mean, that is rude maximum. Now, I don't know if he meant that. I just think he tipped over back into his, amazing skills, but in the wrong place. And the second he did that, he ignited the question mark. But this question mark is full of gasoline. And so now everybody listening, suspects. I mean, who really cares? I'm going to be straight. Who cares if Don was in that shed or not? It's his house. He has a perfect right not to talk to some stranger if he doesn't want to. That's not devious or horrible. So it was way out of line. And there's where it collapsed.
Whoa.
Unfortunately, it couldn't be repaired.
Hold on a minute. Why is he so hung up on that? He is so hung up on that. Holy cow. So his beef with Chris McDonough is about the shed? Really? Really? And of all of those, there's 2 separate videos with Candus. Out of all of that content, he focuses on the shed. I wonder why. That's weird.
Suspects. I mean, who really cares?
I care.
Who cares if Don was in that shed or not? It's his house.
We do.
He has a perfect right not to talk to some stranger if he doesn't want to. That's not devious or horrible. So it was way out of line. And there's where it collapsed. Unfortunately, it couldn't be repaired. And unfortunately, instead of just letting it drift by or him coming on saying, hey, I shouldn't have done that, he fed it in his analysis, and it began to grow, and then it was unfixable. It immediately made everybody guilty, devious and secret, and everybody having to use their cliches, and but I'll say another thing. Who cares if I say it? But I'll say, speaking of cliche lines, another point. If I remember correctly, in one of those interviews, I heard Mr. McDonough begin to express about how his child, maybe a daughter, I don't know, I think he said he was in the house and he saw a van or something pull up, and they were basically, or some vehicle to try to kidnap his own daughter. And he ran out like a man would do to cook the guy's goose fast. The guy got away. And from then on, if I remember right, I think he said that was, that was an inspiration for him and where his career would be. That was one of those moments in life that happens that triggers, your destiny per se. It gives the inspiration for what will be there, and the skill set you choose to perfect and utilize to help people. And I heard him tell that, and by that point he was already biting Don Wells pretty hard. And I have to pause just a momento, please. Okay. I'll pause when there's some people.
Hang on a minute. Okay. So I have a question here. Thus far, he has not met Dawn in his story here, right? As we're moving along here, he's saying, I was chopping wood because of the bugs or whatever. And he was listening to the interview rooms stuff. But see, why would he be so upset about the shed? The shed wasn't a thing yet, as far as I understand. Like, the shed wasn't a big thing. So how is it at the time that he was so upset about the shed? If he didn't know Dawn, why is he so upset about how Dawn is getting talked to? Like, why come to the defense of someone you don't know? I'm just saying. I'm just putting that out there. Tim says that he had not yet met Dawn, but yet he's upset while he's listening to this about the shed and Dawn. But he doesn't know Dawn, so why would you get upset about that? How would you know that Dawn was in the shed or wasn't in the shed? How would you know that Dawn was not comfortable talking to Chris McDonough if you didn't meet him yet, Tim? Your story goes that you were listening and chopping wood and that you had not yet met Dawn, but yet somehow you're hyper-focused on the shed and Dawn and how Dawn has the right to be there. But if you were listening and you weren't watching, why did Dawn even come into your mind? Why would Dawn even come into your head if you didn't know him? I mean, if just a random person was listening to Chris McDonough talk to Candus on the property, there's no implying that Dawn is hiding in the shed. There's no implication in that. So if you're just listening while you're doing something else and you're not watching, if you're just listening as a new person, then why would that hit your radar unless you knew about Dawn and you knew that Dawn and the shed were friends and that Dawn has a hidey hole in sheds? You can't come after the fact and say that this is what you were thinking at the time. Because if this is really what you're thinking, while you're chopping these trees down, and yet you don't know Dawn, and you don't know the property, and you don't know about sheds and business like that. You don't know anything about the relevance of a shed. Then why are you concerned? If you didn't have any of that knowledge, then you shouldn't be concerned about the shed business. Don says that he met you, Tim, before you said that you met him. It's weird. This is not working. This is not working out properly. This doesn't make sense. Just saying. Just some thoughts, some thinky thoughts.
Well, the fire was already done, and Mr. McDonald was already pretty well against Don. My first thought, this was my first quick thought. I'll just get to it. For some reason, Don represented that man that tried to steal Mr. McDonough's child, which is totally understandable. I think from that moment on, however that works in the mind of a man who's been through a traumatic thing himself. But when others started calling in and telling their stories, he was too quick to believe every word they said and too quick to negate anything that Don Wells said. And it wasn't balanced at all. You know, investigator, everything's on equal terms. You don't just yield to somebody who just suddenly calls in and says, yeah, he did this. I know there was a bunch of, you know, history and rodeos and all that kind of stuff, but still, unless you're an investigator on a job, you don't turn the public loose on somebody for a lynching. That's extremely unprofessional and dangerous, just humanly speaking, because Mr. McDonough really has no clue really what's gone on in Don's life. He's got some instincts, he's got some stuff, but you can't judge a man on a couple stories. You got to have all the stories, and there's plenty there that he doesn't know about Don's life, things that happened to Don, all that. So there's many factors that make someone behave or say certain things, or on it goes. And the other thing about that is you're exposing not just the man when you're biased. It's family. It's family history. It's part family that's really nice. It doesn't want all this blasted out when it's not the real law enforcement doing it. When there's not a case yet, when there's not a suspect arrested or anything. And that doesn't even count that he has, I'm going with it that Summer's alive. He'll have 4 teenagers, Don will, 3 boys and 1 girl, who are all going to be trying to figure out what all this was about and not go crazy themselves or not become vindictive vendettas, whatever V word, on getting even with the people that treated their family so rotten and caused them so much heartache, especially if it turns out that it has nothing to do with Don and Candus, this case. Wolf is still snacking. If they really are innocent of this case. You know, essay is the big thing to say. Say. You know, it's speculation, total speculation. just fine in the privacy of an investigator's office and consultation rooms and conference rooms, but absolutely out of its place on social media, on YouTube. And I've not just seen it in him, I've seen it in others. And I totally respect these men. I respect law enforcement maximum. Totally respect. But I have seen others. And that emotional aspect that they never had to tame in a conference room, hardly. They don't have it online. And it's unfortunately, when it's exposed, it's huge damage to other people. And it inspires those of lesser caliber or experience. It feeds their feeds their dopamine fix. Because most of the reason people like this stuff is because it does give a fix. It gives a emotional dopamine fix, which is a thrill, which is addicting. It's addictive. That's why crime stories are so exciting. It gives a fix in a boring world or a crazy world. And it's like anything that inspires dopamine, it can become addictive. And when you have somebody of the experience and caliber as Mr. McDonough suddenly become gossip and rumors and thoughts of imagination, and he'll destroy one man with words, but he'll believe a woman who comes up with, and I should rephrase that, not believe, but allow a woman that comes up with outright horrendous imaginations of how Summer was daily being abused in a shed, and he won't put a stop to it, but just allows it to be said, acting as if he's just the interviewer, but not stopping it. No conception of what that does to families. When you're living in hell every night because you don't know what's happening to your daughter, and you've got to hear stuff like that, and people are believing it, and then the sun sets, and then you start thinking, what if that's what's happening to her? When there's no proof, no vindication, just total crazy rumor. The guy that lets it be played and doesn't stop it, he's responsible. And so, yes, I hold Mr. McDonough completely responsible for some horrendous things that were done, horrendous things that hurt people. And it's not really fixable. I mean, he could fix it himself with apologies. Bad learning curve. Hope it's a learning curve. Hope he's realized, oops. But you don't do that. You don't allow insane imaginations. Not that the person's insane, but the imagination that goes so crazy that it comes up with a story that, you know, every day the daughter can be dropped off in a shed for men to have her, and, you know, like nobody knows it. You know, boys don't know it. Nobody knows it. Yeah, it just gets insane. But it feeds those who can't control their emotions, who also have the power of YouTube if they want to use it. And before you know it, you've got guys threatening his life. And we all know about all that. I mean, you have people twice in the same few sentences say they want to pull their 9mm and put it to his head. Who's guilty? Who's guilty? And I'm not saying Mr. McDonough is guilty for that, but I'm saying once it's ignited by someone of a professional status, you know, us rookies, especially those who suddenly have a little influence using a YouTube channel, they start inspiring those of mental deficiency, whoever they are. And I'm not saying the one with the 9mm was, I'm saying anybody. It inspires those kind of emotions in people, and it wreaks havoc.
Yeah. I was unaware that Tim had a degree in psychology. Did anybody know that? I didn't know that. It's interesting. Hey, Roblo. It's interesting. So he had all of these thinky thoughts. He had all of these thinky thoughts before he knew Dawn. Okay. Sorry, not sorry, but I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't. If he knew nothing about the case, he knew nothing about anything, and he heard the way that Dawn was talking, then a reasonable person, any reasonable person, would feel the same way as we all do. So is Tim saying that he supports making the victims shut up? Is Tim saying that John didn't do anything wrong? Because John himself said he did something wrong. He admitted it. But see, you're not supposed to know Don yet, Tim. You don't know him yet. You're not supposed to know him for like a whole nother month. How could you possibly have all of these thinky thoughts about Don, Tim, when you've never even met the man and you don't know anything about the case? That's odd. Odd. My opinion, and this is just my opinion, this whole story here is all made up. He wasn't listening to the YouTubians and having all of these thoughts. I believe he had these thoughts way after the fact. Or if he had these thoughts at that time, then he had to have known Dawn very well. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. It makes no sense. Anyway.
Absolutely havoc. It's dangerous, it's horrible, and it causes more damage on more damage. And every time it would do it, yes, Don would get on to try to counter it. Because he's sitting there trying to keep his sanity and not think about his daughter being abused, in some other guy's shed. And it just spreads. And so then what do? Then they take what he says in his fits of response and then they use that against him. And neither knows how to stop. They point their finger at Don all day long about him. But no, I'm sorry. They're on total equal ground because they couldn't stop either. They had to feed the entertainment like wolves. Gorgeous wolf. And I'm not saying they're wolves, but their behavior feeds that tendency of a pack. And it doesn't take much studies you can read on the pack mentality. It's like a mob rule spreads. And YouTube is one of the worst because the restraint factors aren't in place fully yet. Most YouTube does is, say a few initials and maybe you can get by with something. And they've got a few other restrictions, but there's not restrictions that need to be done of a much higher caliber. And I think we should all totally agree on that. There should be no way that you can play somebody's private telephone call publicly on social media without their permission. That's a no-brainer. You can fight it all day long until it's you or me. No, that ain't free speech. Free speech is the phone call. In Tennessee, we're allowed, as long as one person agrees to it being recording, which could be me, let's say I call you, then that's legal. I can do that. Just one person. I don't even have to tell you I'm doing it. But until social media came, that wasn't going to get blasted to the whole world. And phone calls are not the real person. We're talking to little machines when we're on the phone, and we'll say things, we'll respond in certain ways. We'll do lots of things that aren't the same as when we're in person. And Dawn, Dawn would do the YouTube. And that's really where we're trying to hold it at right now, is the great interviews of Chris McDonough, except for the shed, which, there's a Bible scripture, a little leaven, a little yeast. Leaven's the whole lump. Just takes a little. Well, the shed was the leaven. It destroyed the 2 wonderful loaves of bread. Those 2 interviews would have really been good. For Candus to welcome you into her home. That was a woman welcoming you into her home, into her life, into her yard. You were a guest. She didn't know. If I'd known her then, I would have said, don't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So when Tim goes to the property, quote, for the first time, and he takes all of those pictures of the driveway and Summer's swing and the house and so on and so forth, that's not rude. He wasn't invited. He just drives there on the Sabbath and he takes photos of their house. Okay. Hey. You don't know them yet. According to you, Tim, you don't know them. How would you have all these thinky thoughts? You don't know them. And how is it that the only part of that interview with Candus, how is it that the only part you have a problem with is the shed? Those 2 interviews were a mess. All of it was a mess. But you honed in on the shed. But yet you don't know Dawn at all at that point. Okay. Okay. If you say so.
Because this guy might be great, but if he puts it out there, others will tear it apart. People that don't understand the lifestyle of this area, people that don't understand why. They can see things with their eyes, but they don't understand why. And we'll always judge on our own convictions and blah, blah, blah. On it goes. I won't analyze that. So I saw that, and then I saw, remember, I'm out in the woods cutting wood usually on this stuff. I found myself starting to get angry when I started to listen to others that Don was calling into, because I saw what they were doing. Oh, it was so obvious. I didn't even know the man, but I saw it so clear they were playing on his vulnerability. And since most would be women, they would essentially go into their mother mode and would just woo him right to him until he let down his guard. And he would try to open up and be honest, whether he was whiskeyed or not. And it was all bogus and fake. And that was just so clear. And that was so obvious and so clear. They were using him for entertainment. And everybody kept saying, we're doing this to help find Summer. Yeah. That'll be another topic. They were using him. And it was so clear. And unfortunately, quite a few of them just don't like law enforcement to start with. And that's what killed me too, because I have a huge respect for law enforcement. They're a billion miles past any of us and what they can do these days.
Sidebar, real quick, real quick. So you're upset, Tim, because you think YouTubers are being cruel to Dawn, right? Yeah, right? Yeah. And then we have this.
You think I don't love my daughter or some shit, like you're holier than thou or something? Don't even come up to me like that, motherfucker. You come out here to my house and I'll show you the been searching, motherfucker. I'll run your ass in the ground real quick. Come out here to my house right now and you talk to my face, motherfucker. You think you're gonna play games with? You think you're gonna play games with me? Nobody.
Yeah. That's the guy that you're going to defend. That's the guy, Tim, that you don't know, but you're defending. Okay.
The science is huge. The technology is huge. Their experience is huge. Not rookies just asking questions, thinking they're going to find the answer. And that's not a bad word, rookies. It just means, good grief, put me on a ball field with a professional ball team, and yeah, I'm the rookie. Rookie. It's a office of inexperience. And there's no training for YouTube creators, how to be a YouTube creator. There's no psychological training on how they can affect people, sociological training on how they can affect people. It's just one big gigantic learning curve party. But these are humans. Humans are the toy of the party. And I'm not saying there's not sincerity, but it's sincerity of a rookie. They don't know what they're doing. They do not know the damage. They do not know how they're aggravating the situation. Especially somebody who's battled anyway in their life. You know, you don't pound someone who's already has weaknesses, because you'll push them over the edge. And you think you're doing a service of some sort. Maybe it's just to your audience. Maybe in your mind you actually think you're helping, but you're not really listening, because law enforcement tells you you're not helping. So there's really no way to wiggle out of it. Those who know best are telling you you're.
Yeah. You know what? Hi, Tim. Hi. You know those flyers that you made with pictures of red trucks? Law enforcement told you not to do that at least 2 times, and you kept doing it, and you're still doing it, and it's still on the website and the Facebook page and everywhere else. So, Tim, you too are not listening to law enforcement. You're disobeying what they are telling you to do, flat out. The TBI said they never approved any flyers with photos of trucks. So why are you distributing those then, Tim? How are you not disobeying law enforcement, and how are you not damaging the case? And then you want to come and tell us that we're these horrible, horrible people? Really? We didn't put out fake photos of trucks against the TBI. You did that, sir, and I've proved it. Just saying.
Damaging it. You're damaging the case.
You're damaging it.
And not only damaging the case, but you're pushing people to suicide. And then when people try to step in to help these people from losing their own life because of the attacks of unprofessional individuals, don't have to be professional, just experienced with humans and kindness, consideration, not to mention, guilty until proven innocent, which isn't what it says. Yes, you're innocent until proven guilty, but there's people who are the ones that do that proof. And they're good at it. And yeah, occasionally something good pops out of social media, investigators and YouTubers, but that literally would be the needle in the haystack. Very rare. So it's entertainment. And that's the industry. YouTube entertainment industry. News is entertainment industry. Dr. Phil is entertainment industry. It's just how it works. I'm not saying that in a negative way. That's just how it all works. It's based on advertising and money. And that's just how it works. So that's a reality. So, yes, Don especially was being used for entertainment purposes. Did it push him where he's at right now? Everybody will just have to decide that on their own. I know the night of the DUI, he was pushed. Like I told one investigator, I don't put Jell-O on anything that Don decided to do on his own.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm pretty confident that nobody forced Don to get drunk. And I'm pretty confident that nobody forced Don to drive a vehicle while he was drunk. I'm pretty certain that those choices were made by Don. So, just saying, it's Tim, why are you blaming Don's bad behavior on us? We're not the ones that scream "and" with the hard R at everyone. We're not the ones that get trashed and call and show up on panels and things. We're not that. They are. Not us, them. Mr. Obvious.
You know, whether people knew about it or didn't know about it in his life during these many months. But I know the night of the DUI, he was pushed. I saw it. I knew it. Because I knew him by then, and I saw the setup. And to them, it was entertainment and ha-ha. And see, we kind of told you he was a no good guy. Yeah. I'm not sure the great judge will see it that way. Currently, there's always room for forgiveness. And then those things can be washed away. But it hadn't happened yet. So yeah, I will say that. Putting nothing else aside, not trying to make Don anything, some kind of saint. He won't even do that to himself. He knows better than that. But I will say this. He was pushed that night. He was pushed. He was tricked and he was pushed. And it was a pattern that would happen.
Such a liar.
And let me make it clear. I ain't putting jello on any decision because he still made the decisions. But the question is how much of those decisions were made because he was pushed.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. First of all, Don is a big boy. Okay, he's a grown-up. I'm pretty sure he can make choices for himself. He doesn't really need to be pushed. He does a great job on his own. I just want to point something out. The obvious thing that I want to point the obvious out here. Tim is defending a self-admitted pedophile. He is. Tim is defending a man who preyed upon a young girl. He's defending someone who has no respect for law enforcement. He's defending somebody who has zero regard for other people. And that's okay. Boy. And then he's going to say that we are all going to be judged by God. Well, sir, Tim, hi. You, sir, defending a predator, defending a self-admitted pedophile? Boy. You do realize, Tim, that in the Bible, it speaks very strongly about men who, or anybody who harms children. Right, Tim? It's in the Bible, read it. But you're going to defend a man who does harm to children. And then you're going to throw the Bible at us. You're defending somebody who does things against God's word. Great. Noted. Moving on. Here comes the website. Oh, that's so loud.
I
think we got a little rain. Been watching a bunch of good videos on how the earth changed during Noah's flood. Or if you don't believe in Noah's flood, that's the one in the Bible, the flood, which they all agree definitely happened. It's kind of tough getting up this cliff area, but well, here's good ones. You can see right there layers. Layer, layer, layer.
This is the video that has all the screenshots of the text messages between him and Robin, and it also has the screenshots about the website. So if you're interested in writing that stuff down, this is where it is. It's contained in this one, as far as like the dates and stuff.
Layer, another. That was from water coming in, like they say this was on the ground, and it was like tidal waves, one after another at different times, and each would bring different silts and rocks and all sorts of stuff. And you can see, yeah, right there, real obvious. It's a layer. That's why they find fossils. There's quite a few around here, but you'll find fossils way so high because the ground was then pushed up. When the continents began to separate, the ground was pushed up. So it made these mountains, but you can still see the layers of where they were down low, and the water each brought each different thing with it. In this case, you can see there's that one, and then below it's one that looks more like what we call rock, and then below that one, let's see, down here a little lower, it's a little easier here. It's hard to, we've had a lot of rain, so everything's kind of slick for trying to climb. Well, this is a good one. I mean, you can see that very obvious line right there. I think there's one down here. Yeah, here we are lower. This is, yeah, there. This was very obvious. You can see the different layers of silt and everything that was dragged in when the waters came in. All through here. Some things are very obvious. Kind of like YouTube and Don Wells. Very obvious what was happening. Before I even knew the family, as I pointed out the other day, before I really met them, and then around the time that I first saw them, Candus in the parade, and I was listening, and there were quite a few of them, especially one specific woman that Don opened up to, but it was so obvious he was being manipulated that I found out sometime right in that area. I actually had proof that she already thought about him. So I knew her interviews were, I guess the only word to use is deceitful. And she pretty well boasted that's what she was doing. Being deceitful to try to get information from him. And of course, usually it wasn't Dawn during the day. Sometimes he tried that, but it was usually night. As they say, when hell, those hellish nights, when you don't know what's happened to your daughter or what's happening to her at that moment. So in that vulnerable state, you look for something solid and you think maybe YouTube can help. But you quickly find out it's unstable and crashes on you. But you're looking for some outlet, some little way you can express what's in you, somehow to get it out. It's all you can do for your daughter because there's nothing else you can do. You search all the time, 24/7, never ends for a parent with a missing child everywhere they go. So you reach out and you're in territory you know nothing about, then you have no idea how this is going to be used against you. And you don't know that you're being recorded. And every little word that comes out of your mouth is going to come out for public dissection. You can see here the natural erosion of what was laid in those floods. It naturally breaks into these squares that almost look like somebody built this. Of course, in Don's case, it's just he was, standing alone, trying the only thing he could try to do. It always feels like you got the weight of the world sitting on you. Nobody knows that feeling except those parents who've ever experienced, that combination of a crushing fear and a crushing grief, a crushing imagination. You're always hoping to have hope that something will be said, trickle out of somebody, some tip that gives you hope. It's just too big, too vast. And the whole time you don't know if your daughter's alive or dead. You don't know if she's being abused. Of course, everybody thinks you know. I shouldn't say everybody. The topic is YouTube, so everybody many times fits. But we should still say many bodies. And you're just by yourself. And there's like nothing you can do. And then after a certain interview on your property, it kind of opens the door to this thing called YouTube. And it makes you think, there's all these people that really want to help. even though you're already kind of questioning it because some of the stuff that's being said, but at that point you don't really care because you just want to get your daughter's name out there. And these people say that's what they're trying to do. And that sure feels better than that. So I'm listening to Dawn on YouTube while I'm out cutting wood. And it's so obvious that what's happening is not what he thinks. And he doesn't know everything he's saying. It's about to drop on his head. But it is. And I can tell that's the way it's going. So it was right around that time that thought kept getting to me, what I'd mentioned earlier, that they needed some outlet where they could put their own pictures and tell their own stuff, and done a lot of websites and all. So felt like that might be something that could be done, just small contribution to help. But I have to admit, oh, careful. I have to admit, it was one of the most dysfunctional things I'd ever heard. From the people questioning and using what he said, to a whole situation, to everybody involved, to especially this one crazy guy that was on YouTube that was the wildest, craziest, filthiest, most bizarre human being. But he kept my attention, I will say that. Well, at that point, whoa, careful. Excuse me a second. Trying not to do that. It was July 23rd that I sent Robin a text asking, told her I was pondering this website idea, asked her what she thought, and if she thought, to ask the Wells if it's something they would want. I didn't know Robin real well, very well at all, but I knew she was close to the family. I did have her number from the bread. I met her husband, family. I think even there was a outdoor Christian concert. I saw some of her pictures, and she let me use them in the news, on the news site. So I sent the text because I really didn't want to do anything because everything seemed so chaotic and dysfunctional. But I just kept thinking these people need help. At least this, I could at least get them a site. Then they could put their pictures and their thoughts or video or just whatever they wanted to do, just to have an outlet. They needed an outlet of their own, and they had nothing.
Do you know what's awfully funny about that? The only person that posts on that website is Tim. He's the only one. So if the website exists as a place for Donna Candus to put out their thoughts and whatnot, why is Tim the only one putting out thoughts and things? Just saying. I'm just saying.
All they had at that point was what was happening on YouTube, that they were still babes to. It's so different how you can do things, what helps and what doesn't help. Some things are solid. Some things are not so solid. So that day, she wrote back and was like, yeah, I bought the domain name. I think it was July 23rd.
Okay, so he purchases the domain name on July 23rd.
1921, yeah, feels that way. 2021, findsummerwells.com. But I still wasn't sure I was going to do the website, but domain names aren't that expensive. You usually get them for a year at a time. But I had the domain, findsummerwells.com. I can't remember if Robin checked with Candus and got right back with me on a phone call. Let me know that way. Pretty sure it was a phone call. And I got a Wix, wix.com. I used to make websites just type.
So I don't know how well you can see here, but the time markers on here. Hello, Robin. I'm working on website. You can see it above here, Tim, and it says 1711. But she didn't write back yet. That she hadn't responded. He purchased that and did all of that before he got the thumbs up about it.
Typing out the code on Notepad. But as time went by and things like Wix came along, there's some layers. It's pretty slick up here. I gotta be careful. Wix is great. You can put them together quick, nice. Pretty much wherever you want it, you can put it on Wix. It's easy. Add video, everything. So they got millions of sites. That's why it struck me funny when that one person came up saying, the dark web. Because the dark web was Wix.com. And I don't use Wix for everything. I have some of my own, but everything I use is the same. It's a big companies, and I'm just one the dot in the company. I want to get up here, but it is very slick. I got to be very careful. If I fall, we'll have the footage. Uh-oh, almost sounded like Jimmy. Jimmy, we'll have good footage of you falling down the cliff. Okay, there's some layers. The flood in Noah's time covered the world, but geologists can now figure out exactly everything that happened with the computers and the geological records and everything they know now. Get on YouTube sometime and look at it like the Genesis Project or any of those. It's amazing what they know now about what happened in the flood. I believe it was Noah's flood, but with the ark, you can read about that in Genesis, in the Bible. Or if you don't believe in that, the flood still happened. The flood. The cave. So Wix.com is where we started doing it. I'm hearing that water. I'm going to go down to that water. That sounds nice. Please stand by. Ah, yeah. Nice. Go down through here.
Did he say Jimmy? When? When did this happen? How far back was that?
It was Noah's flood, but with the ark, you can read about that in Genesis, in the Bible. Or if you don't believe in that, the flood still happened. The flood. The cave. So Wix.com is where we started doing it. I'm hearing that water. I'm going to go down to that water. That sounds nice. Please stand by. Ah, yeah. Nice. Go down through here.
Is it before this? I'm confused about the Jimmy thing. Okay. Oh, there we go.
Footage. Uh-oh, almost sounded like Jimmy. Jimmy, we'll have good footage if you're falling down the cliff. Okay.
Who's Jimmy? That's weird because I use that name as the pseudonym name for Tim. That's funny. How ironic.
I want to get up here, but it is very slick. I got to be very careful. If I fall, we'll have the footage. Uh-oh, almost sounded like Jimmy. Jimmy, we'll have good footage if you're falling down the cliff. Okay, there's some layers. The flood in Noah's time covered the world, but geologists can now figure out exactly everything that happened with the computers and the geological records and everything they know now. Get on YouTube sometime and look at it like the Genesis Project or any of those. It's amazing what they know now about what happened in the flood. I believe it was Noah's flood, but with the ark, you can read about that in Genesis, in the Bible. Or if you don't believe in that, the flood still happened. The flood. The cave. So Wix.com is where we started doing it. I'm hearing that water. I'm going to go down to that water. That sounds nice. Please stand by. Ah, yeah. Nice. Go down through here. Maybe through here. Ah. So the website started putting it up, Wix.com. Somewhere through there I was contacted, and Robin said that, I believe she said, Candus said, yeah, do it. And that Robin could send me any of the pictures that Candus gave her. And so they started sending me stuff. So I started putting the site up as quick as I could. It still felt very strange because I didn't know these people. What's that? Wow. There must have been a meal at some point. Makes sense. something. Have to look that up. Got the site basics up, and I think I might have even gone on a couple of the little Facebooks that we're talking about summer. And kind of generically put a little something like, you know, I've been following the case or looking at pictures or something. Here's the family website. You know, I didn't say that I made it. I was just kind of tossing it out there to see what would happen. You know, how people would respond, just to get it out there. Mainly because having listened to the chaos and dysfunction on YouTube, I just thought it was important to get the basics out there so people, the general public, could find stuff and just kind of know what exactly is going on. I mean, this was now July 23rd. You know, there was some good Facebooks. There were some good YouTubes. There were a lot of bad YouTubes. There were pictures scattered here and there, flyers popping up. So it was basically one spot where everything could come together. Just like organizing your bedroom, or your house, or your kitchen. Those are the three main rooms usually in a house. And so that's really what the site was. So this is July 23rd, give or take some, or add some days, 24, 25. And this had happened back in June. So it had been over a month now that all this had been going on, and still they were looking for tips. They had no leads. Nobody was arrested. Don wasn't arrested. Candus wasn't arrested. Grandma wasn't. Whoop, she'll shoot me for saying that. Miss Candy, she wasn't arrested. So it just seemed like the time to try to organize this a little better. And my one little contribution could very quietly and invisibly do the website, let the family put what they want on there. So information was clean. It was spreading. You know, YouTube had spread it out to other states. Some other countries were starting to lift their head. So everything needed to be a little more clean, a little more professional to help people. That's usually never this big. We had some good rain. I'm kind of curious what's down there. Let's go down there. So that's what the site was. That was my one little civic contribution, but also my little contribution to this family, because like everybody, it really, really, really worked on your heart. I was starting to wake up at night. You know, I was looking for red trucks. I sent 2 or 3 different places of pictures of red trucks to the TBI. But initially I sent just, I don't know, 2 or a couple emails to the TBI. Just, your mind gets going wild. And your thoughts, and you're watching stuff, and you're trying to piece this together, and you're trying to maybe give some idea they hadn't had. You know, of course, you know, they think pretty much of everything, but you're just trying to get yourself balanced, especially once I started doing the web.
Time out. Hold on. Time out. He says, wait just a minute. Hold on. He says he sent photos of the red truck to the TBI, right? But the date on this email is June 23rd. The red truck thing wasn't a thing yet, right? On the 23rd, or was it? I don't think that it was a thing yet. This is all out of order. This is all out of order. Because we've done the Fun Fest thing, and we've done the bread thing, and we've done the bashing of Chris McDonough thing, right? And we're at the end of July at this point. But yet he pulls this email up here, and it's June 23rd, 2021. He can't possibly be sending them photos of trucks yet. And why is he talking about it as if it's in July? Because what he's showing us is from June. He's talking about like a month later. But yet he's showing us a screenshot from a month before that. Okay. Okay. Is he the one? Is he the one that reported the red truck? Oh, that's interesting. There's that. There's that. Just thought I'd toss that out there. You know how we talk about chronological things? He's all chronologically out of order here. This whole thing is chronologically wrong. Like, this screenshot should have came up in Journey 1. That's allegedly when he first went there, is the 22nd. Okay. All right. If you say so, Tim.
Website, because now all of a sudden I was kind of like in it, looking at the faces. You'd hear the slightest thing, and you'd think, how's that fit, or does it fit? Or you'd have some crazy dream at night, wake up, all nervous. And I think once that happened to me, and I just wrote the TBI, the thoughts. It was just thoughts. I think the TBI is very gracious to all of us in something like this, especially initially, because everybody has thoughts and they don't know what the TBI and sheriff and all them, they don't know what they've gotten into. So they get a load of thoughts. Well, I had some thoughts. Not necessarily as much who did it. I mean, I was thinking of accidents. And I thought maybe she felt like a big girl. She wanted to run down to the post box, check the mail for the first time. The mail.
So not only did Tim distribute photos of trucks, but he also contacted the TBI without reliable information. He emailed the TBI his thoughts about stuff. So now he has admitted twice to going against what the TBI said. You're not supposed to call them unless you have credible tips, and you're not supposed to distribute flyers with photos of trucks. But Tim has done both of those things. Oh my God. How dare he? How dare he judge us when he himself has done things worse than we have? Nice try.
Guy hit her. You know, I think I even had the thought maybe Dawn came flying up the driveway, and that's before I knew any of the facts, actually. You know, and accidentally, there she was. You know, you're just having all these thoughts. But I didn't know anything. I still didn't know the family. All I heard was the tons of stuff rushing through YouTube, going somewhere. But it sure wasn't really helping the case. If anything, it was, you know, drowning Don in his sorrows all the more. And Candus. It's just brutal what was happening to him.
Jeez. Nothing was accomplished in that video. This dude is such a liar. Oh my God.
Struggles and emotions.
Stop now. All right, so now, finally, we're going to meet Candus. Finally. This is absurd. This is absurd.
I think we got some rain. I think we got some water. If anybody's thirsty. Awesome. Yeah. Ross Bridge ruins. Ross. That is the Rotherwood Mansion built by the Rosses. Mr. Ross, one of the founding people of this area. His daddy had owned thousands of acres here, and when he died, he came to check it out. And he made a little place called Rossville, built the first bridge, not that one, but put a bridge across the river. Very historical. And the judge that sentenced Don is named Ross, Judge Ross. So I asked him, I said, are you related to these Rosses? And he said, no. I thought for a moment. But these Rosses had slaves at the time. Slaves took the owner's last name. And so many of the slaves' last name was Ross. Well, a few years back, a Ross showed up to maybe buy this because it was empty at the time, to buy the Rotherwood estate. Decided not to. They came because their family was part of the slave family in this area. And her name is Diana Ross, the entertainer, the singer. She almost bought this. I think she didn't because privacy matters, maybe, or a way to keep it safe. But Diana Ross. But that is called Rotherwood Mansion. In this same area is where one of the main Civil War battles of this area was fought. But this is the Holston River. There's a North Holston, a South Holston. And they join right here. The north is on my right. The south, Holston, is on the left. And this is the nice trail that's currently being washed. Real nice. I think we'll stop right here at the beach. This is absolutely beautiful in the springtime, so maybe we'll come back when we're on part whatever of these 8 months, 9 months, 8.5 months of so far of the missing of Summer Wells and my getting to know the family, meeting the family, how I went from just an invisible guy who was just trying to help them with a website to managing the main media for them. I was not the YouTuber person. That was much too big to take on at the time. It needed help there. Needed a lot of help there, but my focus was the main media. However, we're not there yet. We're just at the building of the website, having not met the family, having only seen Candus in a parade, having met Robin different times, and she was kind of the connection to whether the family would want a website where they could post things. And we got that started, but I still had not met the family. And so it was maybe within the week, they were having the prayer vigils. And I felt, well, I should go. I'd already, for a few days, had saturated myself kind of in the case, you could say, reading it, posting it, putting up pictures of Summer, and you start getting connected to the family because they're giving you their intimate things to post, to put up. So I really wanted to go to one of the prayer vigils. And
oh, that's interesting. Sin says June 26, 2021 was the announcement of a red truck. So why is he emailing photos of red trucks to the TBI 3 days before that? Anyone? Boy. So many new thinky thoughts. Holy cow.
I didn't know if they would be there or not. I thought they might. Also wanted to maybe get some pictures that I could put on the news site just to help keep Summer out there, because I could do that too. I had their website, but I could also put up news on the kingsport.me free media news site to keep her name out there. And I could put some things that the other media might not. So I wanted to go to the prayer vigil.
Oh. They got a minute.
There. And I could put some things that...
Right there. There's the truck. Yeah. You could put some things out on your news site that other news can't, because they know better. Because they listen to the TBI. Because they follow the rules. Because they don't want to distribute misinformation.
the other media might not. So I wanted to go to the prayer vigil. They were having it at the park, one of the parks here, Borden Park. Seems like when it gets cold out here, my mouth freezes up. The temperature's dropped again. So that's at Borden Park. Ooh, that's a good piece of bamboo. That's what we use around here for fishing poles. It's a good size. Really good size. Oh, nice. Drop the good camera in the mud. Yeah, see? Good. Good fishing pole. Yeah. Put a little string on there. A couple worms. That thing's heavy. Yeah. Also makes an awesome spear. When we were little guys, we'd make spears. They throw good too. So the prayer vigil was at Borden Park. Maybe we'll zip up there in a little bit. And so I came to Borden Park. When you start working on a website with an intimate family's stuff, and then when you combine that with that it's a missing child case, and you combine that with nobody knowing what happened, and you combine that with you don't know these people at all. You don't know if they're the rowdiest things. You don't know if they're evil, mean, wicked. You don't know if they're nice. You don't know if they did it, if they didn't do it. I mean, you don't know any of this. And just right up front, I didn't want to enter into that part of judging, or I guess what we call now getting into the case. I was just simply making a website so that they could post things and have a way to express themselves.
Wait a minute. He says here that he doesn't want to do anything that would get him into the case. But when we were watching the video about the bread, he said that he went to the park to meet Robin to talk about something about the case. Right? So here we are, after we've met with Robin to talk about something about the case. Now here we are saying that we haven't and we won't and we aren't getting involved in the case. Okay. All right, Tim. I hate watching these, but at least watching these all at one time is easier to catch this stuff. Oh, dear.
I was just simply making a website so that they could post things and have a way to express themselves if they wanted to whatever extent they wanted to. But I didn't know them. So I went to the first prayer vigil at Borden Park. And I think the only person I would have, quote, known was Robin. Didn't really know her, but had communicated enough with her. And Candus was there. Candus Bly Wells, the mother. And that was her, the one that was carrying the banner in the parade. And so I think it was already started when I got there. I might have taken a few pictures. I immediately could feel the vibe. This was late July. So we're closing in on a month and a half, and I could already feel that protective hand, that there were some there that were they were eyeballing everybody. So you could kind of feel that. And I think the media was there then. I'm going to have to go back and check that. I'm pretty sure it was. And so I was all very, very noticeable when there's media around, because I've just worked with media a lot through life. So I was observing more than anything, just trying to get a feel for it. Because, I'd ventured in with this website, and, there's this feeling like, should I even be doing this? Is this yay? Is this nay? Is this good? Is this bad? Is this just a whole bunch of insanity and craziness? Is this legit? And, there was naturally a feeling inside. Yeah, this is legit. This is very real. This is, quote, your neighbor. I mean, they weren't that far down the road, and their child's gone. We don't know what, we don't know how.
Just a minute. I want to see. I want to go grab that link if it's for really in here. So the article, I'm going to drop this link into the chat right here. It takes you to just an article from the news on WVLT, and it talks about the website, and it's quoting Robin talking about the website. It says that Robin says, quote, "It's the official website that they can go to and put up any information they want to share. It is not something that people can comment on. So it's kind of a relief from all the negativity and backlash." Interesting. Okay. So we have Robin pushing the website on this date, July 27. That's interesting. Okay.
This is very real. This is, quote, your neighbor. I mean, they weren't that far down the road, and their child's gone. We don't know what, we don't know how. I'm putting up all these pictures of her, and I'm looking at this, this little girl. She's not a baby, she's a little girl. And, I'm thinking back of my sisters and my nieces and, those that are close to you in your heart. And so, you're going, yeah, it's valid to help. It's valid to help. It's helping your neighbor. It's just doing your little teeny piece that you can do. Something you're very familiar with that you can do. I mean, nobody had done it. I'd kind of watched, and it wasn't happening. So it just seemed like that's the part I could play to help. But I still didn't know the people. I didn't know Candus. I didn't know Dawn. Only person I knew was Robin, and she was so happy in her personality, even though in struggles and emotion, but she still had a way of keeping that smile on her face. and so that was established, and she was friends with him. So I thought, okay, well, as they say, sometimes you can not judge a person, but you can look at their friends and kind of see a little something about them. So there at the prayer vigil, I can't remember if they started praying or they said, let's pray, but I just went over and stood next to Candus to pray was the main reason. But then also just to see what her atmosphere was. I've been around enough people in life. You can tell when they're, you can feel those, we'll call them vibes. I'll just call it that. And, we prayed. And, you're trying to grasp, here's a woman whose child's disappeared, a billion miles past what especially a man can feel. Men can't feel what mothers feel, ever. This is the woman that carried the child, for 9 months, and all that relationship that develops even before the child's born. Then the child's there, then the child's gone. But I stood by her. It wasn't like you were next to somebody in a thousand unraveled emotions. There was a solidity about her. There was something solid. Emotion, yeah, oh yeah. I mean, this woman was a month and a half drained of emotions. Tears, yeah, there was some, but not much. She was drained. She was there. I don't know how to put that into words. I'll almost have to just look at my pictures and maybe catch a little of what it was like standing there beside her. I mean, by now there was still a daze about it, I guess, in her, kind of in a daze. But it'd been a month and a half, and they'd already been through a lot. They'd been through a lot of the social media, a lot of the news media that sometimes would take what you say or bend it or tilt it, or, that dramatic point that sells the story. That's just how it works. So she was just there, and the people were praying, and she was standing there. But, people say, yeah, she's wicked. No, I sense nothing evil. I sense nothing wicked. There was nothing there that was that way at all. And I'm just said, been around enough to know, well, you don't just take one little thing and say, oh, okay, and make a decision. But that was just that moment. There was nothing bad at that moment. There was nothing that seemed like this was a horrible, evil woman who was, brilliantly devious and blah, blah, blah. She was just who she is. Looking back, I can see that. She was just exactly who she is. And so there was prayer. And I believe it was after that meeting.
Hold on. I'm just going to toss this out here. I'm sorry to back us up. And I apologize because I have something in my mouth I'm chewing on. I'm actually eating a fruit roll up. But these photos This photo, all these photos are like, in my opinion, they seem to be taken with the purpose of including Tim next to Candus. That's what I see. When I look at this, what I see is the intention of getting on film Tim with Candus. So why, who took the photos to put them together at the same place? You know what I mean? Especially, here's Robin, so she's not doing it. We'll come back to where we were. So we're about 17 minutes. Let me get in here again. So this is taken by the news. I wonder if he positioned himself there for a reason. It's weird. And he's still not misusing we in the same way that he does in number 1 and that he's going to do in the last video. So we're at part 6, right? It's not a baseline behavior for him to interchangeably say we and I. It's not. It is not a baseline behavior. So there's that. I can't imagine if it was me and I was Candus and at a prayer vigil for my missing kid and some strange guy comes up and puts his hands on me, I would be like, excuse me. That's just me. All right, let's get back to this. Here we go.
Or it wasn't after that. Oh, that was it. I think I had already talked to Robin, about the caution with the cameras, because it was a hot case. And it doesn't matter how wonderful that person is. A news person is under the pressures of their own boss. I think one of the most famous lines everybody's taught is, well, we just have to ask. It's kind of like one of those catch cliche phrases. But there's just amazingly nice people. Nice newscasters. But they're taught somewhere between news and investigative reporting, and I'd already heard enough online to see that the whales just weren't geared. They weren't geared for that. They never worked with media, talked to media. They'd gone through the first big phases of what the YouTube creator, dominion was like, and pretty close to already burn out with the media themselves. They don't like cameras in the face. And then when they would see the reports and the influence of that, so I believe it was that one. It could have been the next one. So if I get some of these switched, I'll try to correct it here on editing. But that was when Robin, who I'd talked to, not quite enough, but I talked to her about the media that was there and some cautions that needed to be taken. because the camera's never turned off. If you ever work with the media, always know that when the story's over, the camera's still running and everybody relaxes, and that's when they...
Why would he make a note of that? Why would he tell Robin, hey, FYI, as long as the news people are here, you got to be careful. Like, if it was me, I would be like, okay, whatever. I'm being my true self, so all right. So what does that mean? Is he directing them to act a certain way? It's bizarre. That's bizarre to me.
Try to get you with the question they really want to ask you. So little things like that. And once again, this is just how it works. If you've ever worked in media, this is just how it works. And you got to have the dramatic punch, because that's what sells the ads and brings the viewers. If you don't believe that or understand that, go check out YouTube and look at the stories, the crime stories that are full of drama and accusation and all those sorts of things that require Shakespearean actors to speak.
You know what? The video that Tim did about Chris McDonough had a whole lot of drama and stuff in it, in my opinion. Just saying.
Speak about. So it sounds very big. James Bond. And you'll have thousands of views. You put up just a good, solid, all-around truth, you'll have some. That's just how it works. That's why these videos I'm making, I'm really not making them. I'm making them for the boys. I'm making them for the family. I'm making it just for myself to sort everything. And you'll notice. Just kind of track them.
And once again, I want to say, I'm going to put it out there once again into the universe. Why in the hell would the boys or the family or Summer ever want to revisit this ever in their life? Why in the hell would that family want to revisit the worst time of their life? The reason, in my opinion, Tim, that you're putting this out is because it's for you. You're putting this out for you.
As they're unfolded, you're not going to see that many views because they're not exciting, which is just fine. They're not really there for views. This isn't monetary. Unless you set up an account and do all that, according to rumor. Even if I had 50,000 subscribers, unless I've actually set it up monetary and name and money and bank account and however all that works. No, the only person making money would be YouTube. So I could have 1 billion subscribers, but if I don't monetize, I don't make a penny. And if ads pop up, that's YouTube. Because I'm a guest on YouTube's turf. It's not my channel.
Ooh, that's
just like Facebook. We're the guest.
We need to find, sidebar, we need to seek out a channel who is not monetized and see if there are ads on them. See if there's ads on the videos that they have. Because that would be interesting. That would be interesting.
A corporate company who sets up something that we're able to use. It's not the real world. It's just what it is. So we had discussed that, Robin. The one person I knew, but she was there, and she's bubbly and lots of zeal, and also hadn't worked with media. So I'd give her just, especially just standing right there. I said, "Be careful here. Don't do that. Watch out this way." You know, I just want to stay invisible. And the media was asking me, you know, who are you? Can we interview you? And no. And that's when Robin, in her wonderfulness to encourage and support, had her little talk with the flyers, and I'd asked her, I said, just let them know about the website if you would, that it's there. But I forgot to say, but please don't mention me, because I can just work quietly. I mean, I was just barely in this. I'll just quietly do the website for the family, you know. And to count the rings, you can see how old the tree is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We'll say 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Real fast, 40, 50 years old. Beautiful wood. So Robin, not knowing me, she really didn't know me. She thought that was my business, I think, making websites or something. And so she wanted to promote me. So she says, you can go to the website. And Tim Mullen over here made it.
There's a website that's just been created. It's called findsummerwells.com. And it's going to have updated information on there. So we don't put this on there? Absolutely. Yes, Tim Mullen right there. He's the one that made it. He created the way.
And I was like, no. Shh. And that you see my little finger. It wasn't 007. It wasn't because I was the head of the SDA church or the Branch Davidians or, you know, all these things that people proved were me. And they were every single one of them wrong. I don't know where they do their research. I could have found out who I was in about 10 seconds online. But anyway, I gave her the hush, shh, like, no. This isn't about me. No, this is not about me. This is about the Wells family in summer. You don't need another face, another person. That's just how I am. Yeah, it's a mix. I like being invisible. I also like people, but I've also been in the entertainment industry. I've been around all that too. I was in a little movie once, you know. It just comes with all that. But she said my name, and my little hush was just, it's no, it's not about me. And God bless her soul. Later she said, I'm so sorry. And it was like, that's fine. But I knew the very split second she said it, it was going to be very impossible to stay invisible. And just quietly do my little portion. And sure enough, the media came straight over and they wanted to interview, and they really wanted to interview then. And it's like, no. And then things just kind of kept unfolding. And I believe that was the time. I mean, they were wanting to talk to Candus. That's probably about the first time I stepped in. I walked over to Candus and I said, would you want to let them talk to you? And I think she said, no more interviews or something like that. And I picked it up in a split second. Yeah, They're burnt. They are burnt.
So, sorry to interrupt again. I didn't plan on interrupting all, but so you're holding a prayer vigil for your missing child. The news is there, and they want to talk to you on camera, which would give you an opportunity to make a plea for your child, and you say no? It doesn't matter how burned out you are. There's no amount of burnout that would ever make sense to make it make sense to not talk on the video on TV about your daughter missing. That just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. That doesn't work for me. If my child was missing, anytime that the news wanted to talk to me, I would be like, please talk to me. Please talk to me. Please show my child's photo. And I would beg for her safe return. If I believed that she was taken, kidnapped or whatever, if I believed that my child was kidnapped, I would desperately want to make pleas on the news to the kidnappers for my child's safety. But she says no, and he understands that? I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry. You remember Mark Class? Remember those videos I play all the time for Mark Class? Makes no sense. That makes zero sense. Just a second here. Go. I'm going to pop this in real fast. Just as a reminder. Turn the volume down because it's kind of loud. Here we go.
First of all, this whole idea of not talking to the press when your child is missing really is a failed concept from a time in the past when victims, parents of missing children were supposed to sit by the phone and wait for the ransom call to come in. That doesn't happen. There is no better advocate for a missing child than that child's parent. There is no better advocate for a missing child than that child's parent. There is no better advocate for a missing child than that child's parent. There is no better advocate for a missing child than that child's parent. To start contacting media assignment desks, not that they're going to move on your suggestion that your child is missing, but so that they know that there's a parent there willing to go on camera and talk about that missing child should they get a report from law enforcement. There's a parent there willing to go on camera and talk about that missing child. There's a parent there willing to go on camera and talk about that missing child. There's a parent there willing to go on camera and talk about that missing child.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Remember that? Remember that? Yeah. Any whoosies. Back to this.
They are burnt out with this digital world, this insane digital world. I mean, there used to be some dignity about all this back in the early days when there were maybe 3 channels on the networks, 3 networks. But I could tell real fast she'd had enough of this stuff. And so that was like the first moment where I felt protective. So I let the media know. I wasn't a spokesperson, but I kind of had to step in at that moment, kind of as a spokesperson. And I was just watching all this unfold around me. And I realized, we need to get this out. So I went to Robin. I said, Robin, would you let them interview you? And you could tell them, tell them about the website. And she was reluctant at first, but then she would. And I saw right then, if I was building a news station, I would have hired her. I gave her about 2 sentences or 3, and she spoke in an absolutely beautiful, brilliant couple paragraphs or so. It's a news person's dream, because they catch it immediately, and then they can speak it and add it and put it verbally, and it's what you're looking for. I mean, if there was a spokesperson, Robin easily could have been it. And so she handled that. And it was very good, extremely good. I think it was with Erica out of Knoxville. I think that one was. I can't remember now, because one of the local stations, I think the boys weren't there at the home at that point. And one of the stations, they'll ask questions, and they'll slip in this, and they'll ask 5 this way, and then they'll shoot in number 6, and then they'll go back. But it's the number 6 that they're trying to get. And I think that was one when one of the stations took something she said, and their headline was, like, Sunday school teacher spokesman confirms boys are blah blah blah, and it's like, whoa. So Robin real fast found out how you can go from just being yourself and trying to honestly answer a question, and you are presented completely what you do not want presented as. So you just kind of have to, you see how each announcer, each news person does it, how each station does it, how they edit it. Sometimes it's not the news person, sometimes it's the editing. There's just more to it before they put it on their stations. And Robin learned fast, and it's one of those things you're always learning, because you just don't know what you might do, how you might blink, what you might say, or what question they'll sneak in, and when they sneak it in, before the interview, during the interview, or after it's over. It's just how it works. I mean, good interviewers, these are skills. Once again, it's a skill set. But this case always is different, this situation, because it's a missing child. But this case always is different, this situation, because it's a missing child. And so the rules are there. Switch cameras. The rules are there, but at the same time, it has to be changed. This is not just a story. This isn't just your standard thing that's happening, and you have certain ways, and you got to get your information out of the politician, or you got to find out exactly, did you burn your house down? Whatever those kind of stories. This was missing case. This was a devastation of a family in a situation that was having no answers yet. So that made a slight problem, you might say, in the case of, well, let's not say problem. Let's say this was a learning curve. Well, the flood brought in the trash. That's what floods do. But that's what rivers are for. They wash out all the trash. The learning curve issue on this case, and this was very, I want to say this the right way because it's not jabbing any of the news producers or the interviewers. And that is that most local type stations hire young ladies fresh out of college, a few years experience, to, be the very pretty newscasting lady. The learning curve part is that they are young and many times haven't been married yet, many times haven't had children yet. And so they don't have that experience of a woman, what it's like to carry a child, what it's like to lose a child. They don't have it in the sense of having been a mother themselves yet. And so when you're in the work atmosphere, you feel like you've been here before. Okay, phone filled up, battery went out, so we got another battery. Looks like the geese are enjoying the water. Now what we were saying is the young newscasters, especially if they've never been married, have never been mother, so just that what Candus would be feeling, there would be no way they could understand. I mean, even if they've done some other stories, it's just every mother understands. I don't have to say this. Anybody who's ever been a mother, I guess I should rephrase that. Any woman who's ever been a mother.
I am a woman. I am also a mother of 2 children. And I would never shy away from the camera if my child was missing. Ever. Even though I have anxiety problems and whatnot, my motherly instinct would override that. And, my kids are first ahead of me. And if one of my children went missing, I would be shouting from the rooftops, and I wouldn't care what social media said, and I wouldn't care what the news said, and I wouldn't care about anything other than trying to find my kid. That's all. The only thing I care about is finding my kid. I wouldn't care about myself. Look at Brandy. Brandy is like the I hate to say expected or the normal, but Brandy is what I would expect a mother to be like if the child was missing. Like everything that Brandy does, that's what I would consider normal, in my opinion. I don't think that it's normal to not talk to the media when given the opportunity. When the media is there in your presence and they want to talk to you about your missing child and you say no, why? What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? It's not about you. It's about your kid, and she's missing. And by not talking to the media, it's a very selfish move. And it makes me wonder a whole lot about whether or not Candus knows that it's pointless to talk to the media. I can't understand it. I can't get it. Why not? Why would you not constantly make a public plea for your daughter who's missing? Do you know how many people, how many kids go missing and their parents would just give anything for a news station to talk to them? And here we have Don and Candus, and there are people that want to talk to them all the time. And Tim says no. And Tim says no. Well, there's dozens and dozens and dozens of parents out there who would gladly take that space. Sorry, I'm going to end my rant there.
Who's birthed a child. Only they understand what I'm trying to say. And so what happens is when the reporter, like they say, she back on a beat and she back on her feet. Now it's time to ask the hard questions. That sort of thing. Sometimes you forget that the question you're asking may be brutal. I use that word a lot here, but just plain brutal to a mother. You know, I mean, you think it's a good question. Like, if you could say something to Summer, what would you say right now? Well, that just rips the hearts out because you're trying to find a balance and not think about that and your emotions, and you're in public, and so just things like that are just too much. So about that, you think it's a good question. Like, if you could say something to Summer, what would you say right now? Well, that just rips the hearts out because you're trying to find a balance and not think about that. And
What? I don't know how many times I've watched these, but what? I'm sorry. Isn't that the standard question to make the plea? Oh, dear Lord. Oh, dear God, help me. Thank you.
like, if you could say something to Summer, what would you say right now? Well, that just rips the hearts out because you're trying to find a balance.
I would say, I love you. Mommy loves you. I wish you were here. I want you to come home. We're looking for you, baby girl. We're looking. We won't stop looking until we find you. Something like that. I, I'm just saying that to be afraid of that question in particular? What? I mean, geez. So, okay. Let's say that Candus gets asked that question, and let's say that Summer is alive and watching the TV, and she sees that her mother does not answer the question. How do you think that's going to make Summer feel? If Summer's alive and safe, how do you think it would make her feel to know that her parents aren't doing nothing, really, with the news to help find her? I mean, dang. Seriously? I think there used to be someone who, I can't remember who it was, but someone used to come in here, and I'm so sorry I forgot who you are, who had gone missing for a period of time, and that person's mother didn't look for her or something, and how it affected her like throughout her adult life. I don't remember the ins and outs of the story, but she's shared it here in my chat long ago, about what that feels like. I wish I could remember who that was. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I don't remember who. So, okay. So let's say that Summer's found and she's safe or whatever. And she, I'm not going to say comes home because she's not going to go home. She's going to go to a proper living place. And as she grows up and she finds out that her mom never wanted to talk to the news people about her, can you imagine what that would be like as a grown up to know that your mom didn't do anything to help find you? That your mom put herself before you, the head of you. Just saying. Just saying.
Balance and not think about that and your emotions, and you're in public, and so just things like that are just too much. So it was very apparent that Candus had enough of this stuff. And so at least that one time I kind of stepped in there and helped out by steering the media away from her and letting her have that privacy. Robin learned that you have to be very careful what you say. At that, once again, I think all this was at the same prayer vigil.
Wait a minute. So Tim interfered with that and prevented Candus from talking to the news. I wish Brandy was here right now. I wish Brandy was in the chat right now because I'm pretty sure she would be lots of cursey words in here about this. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, dear Lord. What a way to, God. That's so disappointing. I'm so disappointed. I can't even. I'm so disappointed.
Letting her have that privacy. Robin learned that you have to be very careful what you say. At that, once again, I think all this was at the same prayer vigil. Because you can bust up a friendship. They don't, in a situation like this, and we've all been learning these things, depending your age, your life experiences, and this sort of thing. But it was, you lose trust. Like they say, trust is hard to earn and easy to lose. And so, looking back especially, Robin was one of the few solid friends that was there before it happened. She was there after it happened. And she's a real friend. And she was trusted. So the media can take something you say and all of a sudden make it look like that you're, you're something special now and you're using this situation for your own self-glories of some sort. And when it was reported that she was almost like the spokesman about the boys not being around, you can mess that friendship up. It was all quickly fixed because they were friends. And Candus saw that Robin wasn't trying to be something or blab out information or tattletale or, they'd already had, this was a month and a half later, so they'd already had, the so-called friends that call you and say they want to help, and then they start blabbing everything, trying to block the wind, everything you said, but in a negative way. And you lose when you were somebody, when you were a family that was kind of separated anyway. You were living your life. All families do. Every family's that way. Every family finds its normal, what makes it function and how it can function with all the different aspects of life, pasts, complexes, scars. You find your normal. So they didn't have like lots of people anyway that you would say were like friends. And Robin was key to that. So Robin learned real fast the caution that you have to take. And sometimes that caution is just avoid completely. Sometimes if you don't feel right, you don't do the interview. And sometimes it's just because maybe your personality clashes with the person doing it, the actual interview. Sometimes it's just something you don't know. You just don't feel like it that day, or you don't feel right yourself.
What? What? You don't feel like doing it that day? Okay, so your kid's missing and the news wants to talk to you, but you really don't feel like talking to the news that day. I don't know what to say about that other than what the hell. Oh my God. Like this.
Oh my God. Oh.
Exactly. There would never, ever be a time in which I was unavailable for the news if my kid went missing.
So that was part of what happened. So you kind of had me step in there to help steer off the media for Candus. You had Robin learning better how to work with the media, the cautions to take. You had the website was now made public, which was good. That's all I really wanted. I just wanted it to get out there so the public would have access to the pictures and everything. Try to help this family maybe spot their daughter. You had me trying to stay invisible just because I like that. Just easier to work. And I also didn't want the YouTube mob, just going silly. We all have our own reasons of different things. I'm not big at talking about myself, so that wasn't important. You had me meeting Candus. She didn't know who I was. I mean, it wasn't like, hello, I'm this and you're that. It was just meeting her in person, her atmosphere, what she was like. And then probably what taught me more about Candus. And I'll share this. To me, it's a sacred moment. You know, if there's such a thing with some YouTube creators. But for us, people who just have a heart and we don't have any other objective, but we're all accused of it constantly. And that is someone had given Candus, I believe it was a $100 Amazon gift card. We were getting ready to leave, and I was just kind of standing nearby, but I heard Robin ask Candus, what she needed, you know, on Amazon that Robin could go ahead and order and get for her. Candus, I don't even think she breathed between the question and the answer. Just immediately, she told Robin to get $100 worth. They're these, I can't remember what they're called. They come in a little bag, and they're little balls of different colors, and you can throw them in your swimming pool or something, and they float. And I mean, they come in these great big bags, you know, for, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 bucks. I don't know, maybe 10. She wanted $100 worth of these things. And she said, I want you to buy this, whatever they're called. We'll call them the color balls. I want you to buy the $100 worth of these color balls so I can pour them in the swimming pool. So when the children come back, they can have them all to play with in the whole swimming pool. It was something like that. At that instant, I saw this woman is 100% mother. She's 100% mother. There wasn't even a blink that she wanted something for herself. There wasn't a blink of anything else. I mean, $100, that's pretty good stuff. Drop of the hat, she was thinking of the children.
Yeah, let's back her up. This isn't them, right? This is just a random photo. What? Oh dear. Oh my god. They didn't have a pool though. What the hell is he talking about? Okay. Okie dokie.
Something like that. At that instant, I saw this woman is 100% mother. She's 100% mother. There wasn't even a blink that she wanted something for herself. There wasn't a blink of anything else. I mean, $100, that's pretty good stuff. Drop of the hat, she was thinking of the children, and she wanted all that there, so when they came back, and at that point, the boys weren't there. So, I mean, here's a mother now with 4 children that aren't with her. Before you could blink your eye, she spent all $100 on those children. And I knew right then, she's a mother. I had a confidence at that moment that helping them was probably going to be okay. Once again, remember, I didn't know them. I didn't know what they were, who they were, how they were, other than just what I'd seen on some news. And I'd seen the banner, so I already had that little clue, that little insight of Candus. But when I heard her say that, it was clear. And I mean, we know a lot of people, but that was solid 100 grade mother. It doesn't matter what people think of how she mothered. It doesn't matter what they think of anything like that. But she would spend every penny for those children. And I know people have criticized their house and their yard, but if you just step back and look at it.
Sorry to interject. No, I'm not sorry. The thing that makes a child happy isn't money. It would be more like hugs and loves and attention and that sort of thing. Money is not supposed to make children happy. But with regards to her mothering skills, I'm not going to drag her through the mud on her mothering skills. But she does a whole lot to try to make herself seem as though she was way more attentive than she actually was. Yeah. Angie Girl says we need $100 worth of pool balls with no pool. Right, exactly. I don't understand what he's talking about. I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get it.
A good percentage of what's laying everywhere. They were making fun of the hillsides. You look at it, it was things for the children. And you can just tell. If the children said, Mom, she was getting them something. And she wasn't going to get just one. She was going to get them all something because she's a mother. That's what mothers do. It's their children. It's their life. It's the blood in their system. And as Candus, nobody can convince me otherwise because it's been confirmed over and over and over since then. That one statement, though, that gave me a trust. It gave me a trust that this mother was a mother. And all the rumors I was already hearing after that month and a half. Just silly. Totally silly. She loved her children. All four of them. She loves them all. But you can't squeeze that out of a good.
There's more than four.
She's not a mountain woman. And she's not a streets woman. She's a combination of a lot of things. I still didn't know her. And I don't want to go that way yet because I don't describing her. So I'm just going to hold with that one piece. That's the one piece I knew. Yes, she's a mother, 100 grade mother. And with that confidence, from that first prayer vigil, I felt okay doing the website. If for anybody, it was just for her.
My God.
You can't stop a river, and you can't stop a real mother.
Say so. That's awfully interesting. That's awfully interesting. Is there a press conference happening right now about that? Oh, that's unfortunate. All right. Well, I'm going to keep going. He has some serious problems with women. That's what I know for sure. Okay, so far, I haven't really caught anything that would be... Oh, that's fantastic. Suggestive of the we thing. Oh my gosh. 2 more. We got 2 more to go. And there's no closed captions on this one. So here we go. Now, this is when he says he meets Dawn for the first time.
Little critters. I'm going to try to make this one short. That last one, I did not realize how much stuff happened at the first prayer vigil till I started talking about it, and I realized, wow, that was kind of a, what do they call it, a junction in time, a keystone of when a bunch of things happen that trigger other things. This is neat. Somebody lost their dog collar. This is the green belt in Kingsport. It goes from one end of Kingsport to the other. And probably about 10 miles long. What's neat is it was not built on railroad tracks. You know, a lot of times they'll do railroad tracks and then just turn them into a trail. This one was just built plain from scratch. So that's pretty neat for a city to do that. Here come some people. Please stand by. Wait a minute. See what I mean? Lots of people like this. You should see this in the springtime. Yeah, so the last one I just did not realize. That was pretty amazing just for myself. Like I said, I haven't had time to think about any of this since at some point way back then, because things just kept unfolding and happening. And that's when I first met Candus in person. I'd seen her in the parade and then met her there in person. Didn't really introduce myself, I don't think. I could have said, hello, I'm Tim. I'm doing your website, but I don't even think I said that. That was a group of people taking maternity pictures. So that's always neat, a new little child coming to earth. Gets to learn about God. Can't beat that. They were sweet. She said, my shoes are soaked, my feet are wet, because right down the trail here, it's still flooded from the other day. But yes, that's the first time I had got to like face-to-face meet, kind of like first time I saw her, second time I met her, I guess would be the terms. Like I said, never taken pictures unless, I need to verify this, taking some shots in Kingsport at some festive. They happened to walk through the picture and I didn't know it. I wanted to make sure that was clear. If I said I'd never taken their picture, then say, well, how do you know? So I wanted to clarify it so it was clear. Yes, There's a chance. Who knows? Because Candus has told me she's been to the Exchange Place. I think, yeah, the Exchange Place. We'll go there sometime. 1850s farm. Other things in Kingsport, because Kingsport just has a lot of neat stuff. The Shadow knows. And so
What- wait.
that was that. Well, then
The Exchange Place. Didn't earlier Scott H say something about the Exchange Place? I should have started. Dang. The Exchange Place. I don't know if you're still here, Scott H, but I'm sure you're not because it's been 4 hours. Anyhow.
between that prayer vigil, July 2/7, and the next prayer vigil that they put out a little picture brochure for, which was August 3rd, a bunch of things were kind of clicking and happening and doing the website. The pictures, the things that were going on, the previous interviews had been analyzed. I think by then, I know that Don wasn't happy at all. He got real upset once everything was being told on those, because the interviews themselves, those 2 interviews at their home and at the lake, I thought they were great. I really did. I liked them. That's why they were posted, because they just gave you a nice view. It was within the analysis of those interviews, which might have been right afterwards. I can't remember. I haven't gone back and watched them for a while. But it was all about the exact same time, and it all had to do with those interviews, is the part that I'd mentioned the other day on the whichever video 3, video 4. So I wanted to clarify that. Sometimes the times aren't exactly bullseye that I'm saying, but
I'm sorry. Let me back up. Let me move my comment. I wonder who this discussion is with. I wonder, excuse me, I'm sorry. I wonder who is having this discussion with him. Not Candus, not Dawn. Suppose Robin? Do you suppose he's having a conversation with Robin about this? That's interesting. I've never seen that before. Like, I've never processed that before. Huh. It's interesting. That's interesting right there. That text message right here that we're looking at, that's something. This is something. Karma, make a note of that. We need to visit this. We need to visit this text message thing. Noted. All right, here we
go. Sometimes the times aren't exactly bullseye that I'm saying, but they're generally in that area, that time frame, and it may consolidate a couple things a few hours apart, but the points were all still the same. And I want to clarify also, I have this massive, huge respect for law enforcement. And listen, you can hear the frogs. They like when it floods. Nothing personally against the gentleman at all. He's supposed to be suspicious. That was his job. You're suspicious. I mean, look at what he's probably about the only gentleman I'll bring up, and I won't bring him up much. I have nothing against the man. I want to make that clear. Himself, probably a neat guy, probably the kind of guy I'd love to just, what's up, hang with. It was just the learning curve was painful. I'm going to just leave it at that. And some of the disagreements on how to use the internet and how it shouldn't be used, and then the damage it can cause people when it's just basically built on suspicion and talk and I saw this or this happened, and we understand all that. Most of us learned that in first grade, about don't gossip, don't tell a story. Matter of fact, in first grade, my first grade teacher had us sit in a little circle, and she told a secret to one, and they told it to the next one. And she said, okay, just pass it around. And when it got back to the end person, they told the secret, and it was nothing like what the teacher had told the first one. Hey, bud, how you doing? So I mean, that's just what happens, and it just magnifies on YouTube. So just make that clear right there. There is no war between Tim and the gentleman there who we discussed in a previous video. Oh, that's what I was saying before the dog walked by and the frogs croaked. They're supposed to be suspicious. It's like, I guess the best example is a real pastor. A real pastor in a church is a shepherd, and they just have a built-in suspicion because they have to protect. Well, an investigator, and I've got law enforcement even in my family. An investigator has to. I mean, they have to watch and check everything. So I mean, somebody sent me the clip or something a long time ago when I was brought up, and I believe this gentleman said, "Let me see his shoe size." There you go. But that's kind of a cool phrase. Let me see where he's been. Let me see where he's walked. Unfortunately, I was much more boring than I think he thought I was. It's a standard basic guy, just helping out. It's very simple. Everybody needs somebody to help them. That's why they have court-appointed attorneys. The court-appointed attorney is not his job to sit there and dissect the one he was appointed to, the yays and the nays and all. He's to do his job. So in some way, that's all I've been doing. I was just kind of like a family-asked appointed media guy to work with news agencies and stuff like Dr. Phil. And, I mean, there's some we said no to. This is showbiz. This whole thing is showbiz for the industry, not for Summer. Summer, Moon, Utah, Wells. You notice I'm not bringing that up too much because it's too tender. I can't just throw her name up and out when I'm talking about this more generic stuff that happened, because I've gone months and months and months, lack of sleep, a knot in the stomach. You feel sick. Some days you just don't have it. Some days you feel so down. I mean, When you're that close to the situation, it's not a game. You can't make it a game and entertainment. So to those of us that are very close to it, that stuff naturally comes across pretty vile because we can't do that. We can't go that route and talk about, we can't do it. It's too close. So you don't hear me at this point mentioning the summer. Yeah, I'll say the little girl because I have to kind of keep it generic because it's too intimate into the emotions. And when you've seen the parents and you've seen the tears, the anguish, the desperation, when they think there's possibly somebody that may have her, they go wide open, all engines. And then the downer when it's not there. People don't do that if they know their little girl is dead. They do not do that if they know, oh, this happened. No, they want that little girl. So well, maybe we'll get into that sometime, but I want to just kind of say that though. They will not show the great tears and emotions that the YouTubers have been programmed to think is important. And you have somebody brought it, whoever they were, and they programmed that cliche. I haven't seen emotions. It's a cliche. The emotions never leave them 24/7, every day, every week, every month. So it's hard for me to say her name. Just watching the video today that Candus.
I forgot that it was this way. I forgot about this. So I'm going to pull this up. And we're going to wash it. And then we're going to come back to this thing. I tried to explain this so many times, and people just were not understanding what I was saying. So here we go.
Hello there, my lovely YouTube viewers. I hope you are all doing well. I've come to have a quick chat with you. This is not about anyone in particular, but, as Angel says, work with me. Let's say there's a man named Jim. Jim is an older gentleman and seems to be alone most of the time. Jim has come across the story of a missing little girl named Autumn. Autumn was 5 years old when she went missing. Autumn has never met Jim. Jim becomes extremely fascinated with our dear missing Autumn. As time passes, the more and more Jim expresses his fantasies about Autumn. The details of Jim's fantasies also become more elaborate. He oftentimes cries when he thinks of Autumn. Most people feel uncomfortable with the way he speaks of her. Given that Jim has never met Autumn and has only seen photographs and some videos of her, should we be concerned about Jim's vivid and very detailed fantasies? I spoke with my wonderful friend Al about Jim and Autumn, and he provided me with much insight regarding this scenario. I'd like to pass along his words of wisdom. Sometimes Al is repetitive in nature, so don't mind him. Sidebar. This is not meant to be medical or mental health advice. We're just speaking generically here about a hypothetical situation. Let me provide you with some specific terminology and its definitions. First, we have the term fixation. Fixation generally refers to a state of being fixated, which means being focused or absorbed to an excessive degree on a particular object, person, idea, or behavior. It can manifest in various ways and can be either positive or negative depending on the context. Next is obsession. Being obsessed refers to having an intense, persistent, and often irrational focus on a particular person, object, activity, or idea. It involves a preoccupation with thoughts, feelings, or behaviors related to the object of obsession, to the point where it significantly interferes with a person's daily life, relationships, and overall well-being. Obsessions are not fleeting thoughts. They persist over time and may be difficult to control or dismiss. And lastly, fantasizing. Fantasizing involves creating imaginative scenarios or mental images that may or may not have a basis in reality. It can be a normal and common part of human experience, often serving as a way for individuals to explore desires, cope with stress, or indulge in creative thinking. Fantasies can be about various aspects of life, including personal goals, romantic relationships, achievements, or even scenarios that one finds pleasurable or exciting. While fantasizing itself is not inherently problematic, it's essential to consider the nature of the fantasies and whether they contribute to unhealthy fixation or distress. If fantasies become obsessive, interfere with daily functioning, or lead to potential harm, seeking guidance from a mental health professional is advisable. Therapists can help individuals explore the underlying reasons for fixation, understand the role of fantasies, and develop healthier coping mechanisms. It's important to approach discussions about fantasies involving minors with sensitivity and caution. Fantasizing about a young girl, even if not in a sexual way, can be concerning and may raise ethical and legal considerations. It's crucial to differentiate between harmless thoughts and those that might indicate a deeper issue. If someone is fixated on a young girl to the point of obsession, it may be indicative of underlying psychological or emotional issues. However, it's essential to remember that fantasizing alone doesn't necessarily imply harmful intent or behavior. A fixation or obsession with a young girl, even if not explicitly sexual, can be indicative of various psychological issues that may require professional intervention. It's essential to approach this topic with sensitivity, as there can be a range of reasons behind such fixations, and not all of them necessarily involve harmful intent. Regardless of the reasons behind the fixation, it is crucial for individuals experiencing these thoughts to seek professional help. A mental health professional, such as a psychologist or therapist, can assess the situation, explore the underlying causes, and provide appropriate guidance and treatment. If a person is fixated on a young girl solely based on photos and has never met her in person, it can still be a cause for concern, but the dynamics might differ from situations involving personal interactions. The fixation on someone only through photos could suggest a variety of underlying issues, fantasy versus reality. The individual might be fixating on an idealized or fantasy version of the person based on the images, divorced from the reality of who the person is. This can indicate a disconnection from real-world relationships and emotions. Projection of desires. The fixation might involve projecting unmet needs, desires, or fantasies onto the person in the photos. It's essential to recognize that the person in the photos may not represent reality accurately. Escapism. Fixating on someone through photos might serve as a form of escapism, providing a temporary distraction from real-life challenges, loneliness, or emotional difficulties. Lack of boundaries. The fixation could be a manifestation of poor personal boundaries and an inability to distinguish appropriate levels of interest or involvement with others. Regardless of whether the fixation involves direct personal contact, it's crucial to emphasize the potential impact on the well-being of the individual fixating and the person being fixated upon. If this fixation is causing distress, impairment in daily functioning, or if there's a sense that it could lead to harmful behavior, seeking the assistance of a mental health professional is strongly advised. A therapist or counselor can help the individual explore the root causes of the fixation, develop healthier coping mechanisms, and provide guidance on establishing appropriate boundaries in relationships, even those that exist primarily through digital or photographic means. If there are concerns about the legality or ethical nature of the fixation, it may be appropriate to involve relevant authorities or legal professionals to ensure the safety and well-being of all parties involved. Regardless of the underlying reasons, it's crucial to treat this situation seriously. Jim's fixation on a missing child, especially with the level of detail you described, is concerning and could potentially have legal implications. If you become aware of someone expressing such thoughts, it's important to report it to the appropriate authorities or seek guidance from professionals who can assess the situation and take appropriate actions to ensure the well-being of all involved parties. It's strongly recommended to involve law enforcement or child protective services to investigate further and determine whether there is any actual risk to the missing child or others. Mental health professionals can also play a crucial role in evaluating and addressing Jim's mental well-being. If Jim becomes highly emotional and cries when discussing these fantasies, it adds another layer of concern to the situation. Emotional distress and intense reactions may indicate that Jim is experiencing significant internal turmoil. A potential reason for Jim's emotional response could be guilt or remorse. Jim may feel guilt or remorse for having these fantasies, especially if he is aware that they are inappropriate or harmful. The emotional response could be a manifestation of internal conflict. It's important to clarify that fantasizing or fixating on a missing child, especially when the individual has never met the child, and the thoughts involve detailed, unrealistic scenarios, is not considered normal or healthy behavior. Fixations that involve children, particularly when they are missing or in vulnerable situations, raise serious concerns. It is crucial to approach such situations with great caution and to prioritize the safety and well-being of all parties involved. Normalcy in this context is typically associated with thoughts and behaviors that are within the bounds of social and ethical norms. Fixations on minors, particularly in a manner that causes emotional distress and involves unrealistic scenarios, should be taken seriously. If you or someone you know is experiencing such thoughts, it is highly recommended to seek the assistance of mental health professionals. They can help assess the situation, explore the underlying causes, and provide appropriate guidance and intervention. Additionally, if there are concerns about potential harm to the child or others, it is essential to involve the appropriate authorities, such as law enforcement or child protective services, to ensure a thorough investigation and appropriate actions are taken to safeguard everyone involved. Well then, isn't that a whole lot of something to take in? Now, as we've been chatting, you've seen the AI-generated images of our autumn. Quite beautiful, I might say. Ask yourself at this moment in time, do you have a fantasy of autumn returning home and running into your arms calling your name? Here's my pregnant pause. So, my wonderful listeners, I think it's safe to propose that Jim's fixation with autumn, sexual or not, is clearly a problem that needs to be addressed. It is not healthy. It is not normal. To have such an attraction to a girl whom Jim has never met is a bit frightening. There is something definitely at play here that we need not joke around with. Based on my research, I believe that Jim has an inappropriate, Well, I don't want to call it a relationship, an inappropriate connection to Autumn, mentally and psychologically speaking. The fact that this fixation stems from only photographs makes it of even greater concern. All roads lead us to the conclusion that Jim is in desperate need of some mental health services. What you and I are witnessing is not normal, it's not healthy, and it's definitely not okay. If Jim is unable to see how distorted his thought process is, if Jim believes that it's a natural connection, if Jim cannot understand how wrong this is, then I gravely fear for that man. Looking at it in its totality, Jim verbalizes his feelings about the home of Autumn, elaborately explaining how much it reminds him of heaven. A young girl went missing from there. How is that a heavenly place, Jim? He speaks of Autumn running into his arms. When he speaks of this, he gets so emotional that he cries. Jim, you've never met Autumn. You're a complete stranger to her, Jim. Jim runs the oh-so-pathetic website, where he rants and raves. But Jim, that website isn't about you. It's about Autumn, a girl that is missing, whom you do not know. The only things that belong on a website for a missing child are resources to assist in locating that child. You, Jim, have no place on that website. You, Jim, are not part of Autumn's life, her story. You're just not. Jim has printed thousands of flyers that include photographs of red trucks. Jim, oh Jim, the TBI has told you outright twice that you are not allowed to do that. Jim, the TBI told you no. Accept that. Accept the fact, Jim, that you are interfering with her case. You, Jim, are causing problems in locating a missing child. Jim takes photos and drone footage of the property. But for what reason? Is that going to help find Autumn? Is posting drone videos of her home on the internet going to bring Autumn home? The answer is no. It won't, Jim. It won't. Jim claims that he handles the media for the family. But Jim, why on God's earth would Autumn's family need a manager? Shouldn't her parents themselves take care of that on their own? After all, she's their child, not yours, Jim. You say you are here to help. Well, Jim, the truth of the matter is that everything that you've done has harmed the case, has hindered communication between the family and the necessary outlets, and stifled the entire investigation. So, Jim, why? Why are you here? What have you done to positively help find Autumn? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. You've ignored the TBI, you've ignored the FBI, you've ignored the local law enforcement. You tell others not to do things that you yourself have done. You went to Autumn's home unannounced, then you chastise others for doing the same. You speak on behalf of Autumn's parents. Well, why can't they speak for themselves? After all, that's their daughter, not yours, Jim. Why, after the TBI told you not to, did you continue printing flyers of red trucks? Are you somehow better than the TBI, Jim? Have you ever acknowledged that that was a mistake? What steps have you taken to fix that, Jim? Jim says that he's got this connection to Autumn and the family. Well, Jim, that so-called connection isn't real. It's just not. The world that you're living in, Jim, isn't real. None of it. You need help, Jim. Desperately. And to the hypothetical parents of our hypothetical Autumn, I say to you, this man, Jim, he does not have your daughter's best interests in his heart. He is living in a fantasy world that the psychology arena describes as unhealthy, abnormal, so much so that it advises you over and over and over to get Jim some help. If you love your hypothetical child, if you want to do what's best for her, then you need to realize that this man, Jim, has issues of his own. Unhealthy issues surrounding your daughter. What a frightening thought it would be to think of Autumn returning home and Jim being present. Do you know what could happen next? What if Jim decides that he wants his fantasies to become his reality? That's simply dangerous. We can all poke fun at Jim, talk about how weird he is, but let's get real here. Jim is not mentally healthy. He's just not. Jim desperately tries to write it off as a joke. But it's not a joke, Jim. You, sir, have an unhealthy, unsafe, unstable connection to reality, to this missing child, to her family. Do you joke because you want us to believe that you're just weird? Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Jim. But you're not weird, it's not funny, and you attempting to portray it as something that it's not. Well, Jim, no more of that for me. I see you, Jim. I see what you're trying to hide. I see what you want others to laugh off. I see you for who you really are, Jim. If you are a decent and honest man, Jim, then do the right thing here. Get help for yourself. You need it. Feel free to comment below and remember to be kind. After all, we're just theorizing here, right? Or aren't we?
Yeah. Remember that? Yeah. Remember that thing that I made? That took me a long time to whip up. Now, let's get back to it. Get out of the way. Parasocial is the word you need to go for. That's the label that's applied, is parasocial. Here we go.
Send me stuff. They just didn't know who to trust. They'd already pretty well lost trust completely by that point at the end of July. Pause button. So I've kind of got you pointing in the sun. It goes that way all the way, maybe another mile. And that's where it starts. The furthest eastern point. It's gorgeous. It really is pretty down there. Great big historical farm. So you're not going to have very beautiful scenes right now. I think I hit pause. Find a little better spot. Please stand by. 3, 2, 1. Uh-huh. Before this trail was here, this was my stomping ground. Used to run these cliffs. You had the big creek down here. This was big farm. Somewhere right over in here on the other side of the creek, I think it was all cattle. We were over there once and they decided that we were a good target and that whole herd came charging. Dive over that barbed wire fence as fast as you can. Only wild animal I saw down here was a bobcat. Back when we were young, no raccoons, no turkeys, no deer. Somehow they'd been scattered because this was out in the country, but I don't know where all the critters had gone. But now this area is stocked up. Lots of deer, coons, turkeys, big turkeys, coyotes. Saw a bear the other day. I did not see the bear, but he was seen. I still have yet to see a live bear in this area, but they're here, or at least one somewhere. So we had the little prayer vigil, then pictures and things for the website. A lot of back and forth. OKs from Candus or from Don mostly, but either one of them actually. Sometimes it was Don, sometimes it was Candus. Robin was still the go-between. I hadn't spoken to them yet. The next prayer vigil was coming up, and I might have sent Don a message on it was his Facebook. Just a private message. Didn't hear back or anything. But once again, they didn't know me from anybody. About the only person they probably trusted at this point was Robin. And so EquiSearch, I think, also came in. And they were so burnt out by that time. I remember Candus, it just hardly even fazed her that they were there. And then afterwards, she realized she hadn't even thanked them. And so she did. She made sure that they got a thank you. I believe we even posted that on the website, if I recall. I'll look. And bikes, geese. This part they've left natural. That runs all the way to the river and further west. So yes, EquiSearch was in there at that time frame. And then the second prayer vigil came. That was on a Tuesday, and if I recall, Robin was leaving on vacation on that Wednesday with her family. She was going to take a break from everything. I do remember that. Her husband was really helping her there, and it's like, shut it all down. No Facebook, no news media, no YouTube. Just the beach with the family. Very healthy. Gave me a good time. So I went to the second prayer vigil. Once again, I was promoting 2 or 3 reasons always. One was promoting the vigil on the news site. I make that clear too. People don't understand, why does he take pictures? I'm taking pictures because I do a news site. It's a Kingsport free media, only Kingsport news of every kind, every event, everything. And so that's, I'm always taking pictures. I'm always at events. And so that's what I mean by the news site. You can go to kingsport.me, ME for media, or find it on Facebook, or Instagram, or Twitter, or not at all if you're not interested in Kingsport. So, hope that clarified that. So, maybe get pictures, maybe possibly meet Don if he was there, because I really wanted to let him know I'm that guy that you have never met that's doing the site for you, that you're sending things to, you know, and respectful. And then naturally the third was the praying. The key component of all this are those that have been praying. Because one thing about it, God knows exactly what happened. And he's very he doesn't get confused. And he has reason and order. And when he has people that believe him that way, then he can do things. People that don't believe that way, it stagnates him. The people that know that God is real and that Jesus Christ loves to do this. It's what God loves. It's what he loves to do. But we're the impatient ones, but he's very patient. And so this group of people is another unique piece to me, that they were gathering to do this. I mean, that was pretty amazing. And hardly anybody there knew her at all. It wasn't like the church people. It was people from all different places that were coming in with a heart a desire to pray and help. There's really no greater help. It takes the prayers for the other people with the other skills, like the police, to open the doors, open the cracks, let them observe that, in the timing of how these things work out. But that's a whole different thing, because faith isn't logical. It's so easy to say, well, if God knows, why don't he just tell? That's a whole different thing. God is a trillion zillion miles past even how our little brains can think. So I got there and I took a shot, but I didn't see Don. And I didn't realize I'd just taken a picture of Don. He was in the picture I had taken. And so I joined and kind of did the same thing that at the other vigil. I stood, but then it was just like, he was standing there just by himself. I thought, okay, maybe I have too much compassion, but I went over and stood beside him. Shouldn't have to stand all by himself. But I stood by him, and once again, I didn't know the atmosphere that would come from Don. When it's two dudes, you're a little more distance. Us guys, we don't tend to be as, our space is sometimes quite a bit bigger. So I was being respectful of that. And so neat having this green belt. And it was like Candus. There was not evil around him. He was just who he was. He was a man, shattered, you could tell. There, but uncomfortable to be there. I could tell he was, this wasn't really the things that he was as comfortable with. But he was trying.
I want to thank you all, and I just pray, I hope you all keep us in our prayers, because I'm really under attack right now, big time. From Satan.
Meet weekly, so.
I feel like Satan took my baby. I feel like I was getting close. Satan owned me years ago, and since I've turned my heart to God and been trying to change my life, it's like Satan's had me under attack.
Amen.
In so many ways. And now I believe he's got my baby. Of course, he's responsible for all evilness. So of course, it's him. And I feel totally lost without my daughter. She loved me unconditionally. She loved me more than nobody has loved me like my daughter has, except for God himself. And so I'm really lost. And now all these people are attacking, and I don't understand that. In our deepest, darkest moment, everybody, not everybody, but people are attacking us. And it's real tough. So I thank you for your prayers and everything. And I just pray that God will bring Summer back, because that would answer a lot of questions. That would help us. I feel like I'm on the edge of ruin right now because of the things people are saying. But anyways, I don't know. But thank you.
Just ignore it. That's what I had to do.
Yeah.
I have to obey God. So,
Yeah.
but even though people are coming against you, bad things are being said about you, you don't have to worry about any of that, because you know the truth. God knows the truth.
Right.
You are the day of judgment when you stand before Jesus. None of these people that are saying whatever they're saying are going to be standing there holding your hand saying, "No, it wasn't him, it was me." It's not going to happen like that. So And I know it's easier said than done
Right.
because it hurts.
Yeah, it is.
But
Right.
just remember,
Yeah.
the only one that you need to please is Jesus. The only
Amen.
one to answer to is Jesus.
I understand that.
And
It's
like I said,
hard to see that.
Easier. It's
Mhm.
easier said
Right,
than done.
absolutely.
Because the closer you get to God, the more the devil's going to try to attack you.
I appreciate that. I do.
But
Thank
I
you.
just had to wait
Yeah.
and just tell
Yeah.
you, just keep the faith,
Yeah.
keep praying, keep going forward.
Stay on track.
Yeah,
Straight and narrow path.
every time something
Yeah.
upsets you,
Yeah.
with whether it has to do with someone or anything in your life, hold on a minute. I belong to God, and just say,
Yeah.
Lord, help me, devil, get behind me.
Yeah, it's become everything. Everything but something. But anyway, I thought your sign language was a beautiful
Oh,
thing.
praise the Lord. Thank you.
Oh,
But
that
praise
was
the Lord.
awesome.
There was a message in that, and
Yeah.
I hope everybody receives the message in that.
Yeah.
But definitely keep going forward, keep moving forward. Try not to let what other people say, regardless of what it is, get to you, because it's the enemy doing
I
this.
know.
And the closer you get to God, the more the enemy's going to try to come against you. But when you're a child of God, you can just say, devil, get behind me.
Yes, that's right.
I rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
Well,
And then start talking to
I
God.
thought I was really strong at one point, but this has been one.
The hardest.
Yeah, it's been real tough. Satan's trying to push me in every way.
He's real good at that, unfortunately, but God is greater and God is bigger and God is stronger. Just remember that.
Okay. Now I have to beg God. I feel like we should gather around you and praise. If that's okay.
Yeah.
Why don't we
I
get
could use all the help I can get. That's for sure.
Why don't we
Here's
get
another
the
time.
family and let's just pray for them. I'm just saying. Okay.
Believe me, I lose it all the time. I do. Thank you so much.
And the devil's trying to attack anyway. But God is in control of this. Whether we don't see it or not, there's a song we've been singing called Waymaker, and that's just a powerful song. Even when we don't see it, he's moving.
Yes.
Even when we don't feel it, he's moving.
That's right.
And I just pray that you guys just worship God with all your heart, your soul, and mind. In Jesus' name. Okay.
Yes.
You want to start us off?
Yeah, I can start.
Just start a circle somewhere, guys.
Mhm.
Jump in somewhere. Just
Dear God, I thank you again for this day, Father God. I pray, Father God, in the name of Jesus, that you be with this family, Father God, Lord. Lord, Father God, I don't know what they're going through, Father God, Lord. Just give them peace, Father God, in the name of Jesus, Father God, Lord. In Jesus' name, Father God, Lord.
God circles. These circles all about Lord.
Yes.
Yes. That's what these circles are about.
Yes.
Come together in one accord.
Two or three are gathered.
Yes.
You are also.
Yes.
Waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness, my God, that is who you are.
Mother,
Yep.
you hear your children. Nobody's place to come at you as a mother.
We care about you or we wouldn't be here
And
today.
that's why we're all here. Exactly
Yes.
what she said. We want to.
Unfortunately, we have to meet some private detectives, etc.
Okay.
So we don't want to leave out on y'all. We want to stay here and be with y'all. We
I know.
really do.
Candace has.
But you guys do
Past
what you
couple
need to
weeks.
do.
Yes.
Do what you need to
Yes.
do.
Yes.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Even if you're not here, we're still gonna be with you in spirit. So
Mhm.
we'll be with
Yep.
you.
No, go do what you have to do.
And
You
just
gotta
like
meet
I
with
was telling
detectives,
you,
go meet with them.
and just like she's
Yep.
telling you, yeah, you can't listen.
Yep.
Okay, don't you let nobody bring you
Hold on to
down.
that hope.
See,
Yep.
nobody's
Keep holding on
walked
to
in
it.
your
Yep.
shoes
Hold
to
on to
have
it.
the right to say what you have done, not
Exactly. Yep.
done, or how
Exactly.
you're feeling. Nobody's walked in your shoes but you and Jesus.
That's right.
So, and I know, like I told your husband, easier said than done. But just
And I
stand
just want to
strong.
tell you that I love you. Okay.
That's right.
We all
Most
love you.
importantly, Jesus loves
We
you.
all love you.
Most importantly, Jesus loves you. And if we didn't love you, we wouldn't be here every week. So exactly.
Yes.
So if you need prayer, you can always come on my Facebook page, on our Facebook page, T Minus Glory. You can message us. We'll be glad to pray with you. Okay. That's the name of my page. Okay. We'll be glad to pray with you.
Oh, yes.
Definitely.
And he was so cordial, extremely cordial to everybody. And then the lady, the lady arrived and had brought a cake, teddy bear, presented it to him. She'd driven from somewhere. I don't think it was nearby. So I was photographing that because that was just one of those perfect moments of kindness, and his kindness back to her, and his respectfulness that he had. He wasn't hard, he wasn't crusty. He was extremely respectful. Manners. He was a gentleman. So yeah, I was taking pictures of that, and I've already posted about that on the media manager Facebook. To get the shot, and that was just a really nice one to put on the news, to just try to help people catch some of the tenderness of this whole situation. And so quite a few are gathered around him, and so I just man to man, tried to help him get his stuff together so that he could go, because I could tell right then he would be cordial. If somebody wanted to talk, he would give them the time. I mean, he was very much that way with people, and so just tried to help him get things rolling that way. And he and Candus then hopped in their car. Oh, I did. When I was beside him, I quietly just said, "Hello, I'm Tim Mullen. I'm the one doing your all's website for you." And he gave me just a real nice thank you. And other than that, there was a couple little things back and forth when we were standing there and the people were around, but mostly not. I mean, I wasn't trying to tread in too far, but I could tell this I could tell. He was happy that there was another man there that was just acting like a buddy and acting like a friend. I could pick that up. I didn't know about his friends or not friends or any of that at all. But he left, and I didn't know if I would, there they go. And that pretty well ended, I think, maybe like the other prayer thing. There was some flyers being given out and passed out, and other little things like that going on. But at least I'd met them. At least I'd shook his hand. We'd had a touch of conversation. And then I don't remember if I'd said anything to Candus or not on that. I'm sure I greeted her at some point. So I believe we can say August 3, 2021 is when I met Dawn Wells for the first time. The daddy of the missing girl, Summer Moon Utah Wells. He was with his wife. They got in their car and they drove away.
Okie dokie. Oh my gosh. We're almost done. We're at the last one. So stop that. This one has another whoopsie dozy with the we thing. So here we go. This is a long one. I'm so sorry. If you don't want to stick around, that's fine.
Tennessee barn. Nice. There's Bays Mountain again. I'm further down west, so not too far though. It's the Allendale barn at the Allendale mansion. And the Allendale trees. Allendale fishing. Allendale ducks. Yeah, it's nice. These are some of the Kingsport citizens. After the second prayer vigil, spring is nearing. After the second prayer vigil, just kept working on the website, really. We'd get different things to put on, different updates, some stuff on the blog. Every once in a while, we'd shoot a little text to Don, but either he wasn't on Facebook much or he just wasn't for communicating. So I didn't talk to him anymore. Didn't see him in person. Just would receive the things that we were adding to the site. Quite a bit of time went by, actually. You guys got it made. Yeah. And somewhere through there, the prayer vigil was August 3rd, and I believe it was quite a bit later into September before Don asked me to manage the news media and those entertainment situations that were suddenly rising up with things like Dr. Phil and the behavior panel. And so mostly through August was just keeping things going. Not much really. I mean, you can go to the blog and you can basically see all the events that were occurring in that time frame. And there was a day that I was out of the city somewhere else, and when I was coming back, I was heading back eastward. So I thought, I think I will stop, take the side road here. Stop at the Wells house, see if they're home, and really give an official introduction of myself, because they probably don't even remember me at the prayer meetings at all. Their mind had plenty of other to think about, and I was kind of starting to feel bad. I'm working using their pictures that they're sending. I mean, just doing all this work, and they really don't know who I am. And like I said, I wasn't really having any direct communication with them at all. We used to come to dances here when I was a young feller. I remember my sweetheart. We came walking right out of there. And this was a big farm. We're way up there where those houses are now. Big farm. Oh, yes. I looked it up and found it. August 23rd. So the last prayer vigil was August 30th. And then on August 23rd is when Don accepted a friend request for me on Facebook. So kind of between that gap, you just had all the other going on. The stuff, the YouTubes, just all that stuff. And I would send him things or shoot him links for up.
I don't think I can do another hour. We've been here for 5. I can't do another hour. I can't sit here anymore. So we'll pick it up. This last one, we'll pick it up on a different day because I'm tired. But I think it's pretty safe to say that his proclamation that the I, we thing is a not a normal thing. So there's something to that. There's something to that. I can't do another. Oh, God, I can't stand it. I can't sit there a whole nother hour. Oh my God. I know it's been 5 hours already. There is something to the we thing. There is something there. There is something there. I just don't know what. And he can tap dance around that however he wants to. But the fact remains that there's a problem with that. So when I was reading about it, the we thing, either it's that, well, I posted that video, right? If you haven't watched it, about the I, we thing. Either there's someone else with him, or it's a fabricated story, or there is not much confidence in the story, which makes sense because I do not believe that all of the photos in Journey 1 are from the 22nd. I don't believe that at all. I believe there's more to this than what he's making it out to seem here. And we know, obviously, that Tim is doing everything he can to defend Dawn. So, that's interesting. All right, I'm out of here. My back hurts. My eyes hurt. Everything is hurting. So, we will resume this on another day. That was good, though. I'm glad that we sat through that because that was interesting. All right. Love you guys so very much. And I will talk to you all soon. And if you didn't watch the live stream from Josh last night, you have to go watch that. You have to go watch it because it's really, really good. So, all right. I'll talk to you guys later.